Hello, hello. Hey, hey, how you doing? Oh my god. Too early. Too early. Sorry for being a little late, guys. I have a bit of a toilet problem. Let's just keep it that way. How you doing? Welcome in. Hi, Nadix. Finally, I'm back to playing a white, white doggo in, rushed. Just give me a moment to wake up, alright? I swear to god I woke up like a few hours ago already, alright? And then I don't know why my brain just doesn't... It's always the start of my stream, no matter what time it is, my brain just doesn't work at all. It takes a while for it to warm up, I guess. You know, when an old car needs to start up the engine, and then it's like a little bit, and then eventually the car will go like something like that. Pretend you understand what I'm saying right now, alright? It's okay. How are you doing? I hope you are doing good, alright? Gosh, my brain is something else today, huh? I'm just a little bit worried because I did say this last night. Yeah, last night. So last night, once I finished Thurman, and then I got this notification. Well, one of my sisters sent me the picture, you know, like the Sarah energy, right? Let me show you this. Here. I know I'm blocking it. Give me a moment now. I'll be here. So this thing, right? It's a planned power outage from... Okay, so it's 25, yeah. Today, from 2 afternoon to 6. So 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. they'll have like a planned power outage. I think I'm a little bit too small. So there will be a planned power outage. But I don't know. Usually when they do this, usually when they send this to us, it just doesn't really happen for whatever reason. But since this affects my area, right? One of these is the area that we have, right? One of these. So like from 2 to 6, right? And then I start streaming at 12. So I mean I can still stream for a little bit. If power outage does happen, then oops, right? Oops. I would not be able to stream anymore. You know, that's like 4 hours of power outage. So I've been charging up my power bank, charging up my phone, so that I can play this light when, you know, when power outage happens. Because yeah, there's 2 games that I'm very addicted to currently. This light and Skyrim. So like if I have access to my PC, you bet that I'll play Skyrim. And if I don't have access to my PC, you bet that I'm gonna play this light. Huh. I'm not even playing any other games, honestly. Like, when I get a chance to, I'll just play Skyrim. Like, last night, for real, I don't want to sleep because of Skyrim. But I figured that, no, that is unhealthy as fuck. So I should sleep. And sleep I did, and I'm glad I did, alright? So, just a heads up for this one, right? Just a little bit of a heads up. Power outage at 2 to 6. If it happens, well, shit. If it doesn't happen, cool. Right, just a bit of information here, yeah. But yes, today is white ink brush tail doggo game. Also, it seems that today connection's kinda it's a little bit sucky, but I hope it's fine. Right, it seems that the bitrate is suffering a little bit today. Maybe they're getting ready. I'm a little bit terrified, but it's okay. Right, just play the white ink brush tail doggo game. It's fine. I don't want to call it Okami. It's Okami, or Okami. Okay. I'm just gonna get into it, just in case, you know, not much time. Let's go, Okami. Okay, this time I did open a voice meter. CC is on. Cool. All good. I'm the best. I remember stuff sometimes. Just sometimes. Most of the time I'll definitely forget about pretty much all the things. Oh my god. Are you that surprised now, Rich? Oh my god. I'll be surprised too, honestly. I did not expect that I remember 2 of these things that I always forget. Funny thing is always that 2 things I forget. Uh-oh, my controller doesn't work. Oh shit, my controller doesn't work. Help! Help, my controller doesn't work. What now? Wait a minute. Driving to work, help. Hi there, Luke. I don't know how to help though. Other than safe travels. Don't look at my stream when you drive. Very dangerous. Appreciate you popping in though. It's mine. Okay, this one is mine. This one is mine. The USB noises. Help. Controller doesn't work with this game? Question mark. That's mine. Wait, what? Oh, that's so cute. No one ever seen this before. Why is my controller not working?
Emotional damage!
Emotional damage. Must be rough driving to work at this time. Okami cool, let me play, please. Oh damn, that's a really nice piece. I always love shamisen. The sound of shamisen is so good. I seriously cannot. Okay, let me just. Guess I have to reopen the game, huh? I guess. Maybe. I don't know. Oh, maybe. Oh, wait. I mean, why would it matter? No, see, it's here. It's enabled. It's enabled. Come on, man. Let me play the white doggo tail ink brush tail game. I won't be home till 7 in the morning. Oh my god. If you don't mind me asking, what's the time there now? Controller, please, for the love of God. Seems to work. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, controller is working now. Oh, thank God. Very, very nice. 8:34? Oh my God. Dude, that's like almost 12 hours of work. Midnight. I mean, you did say that you work as a security guard, right? Oh God. Sometimes I feel like security is such an underappreciated job, honestly. Oh, sometimes lah, ho. Because in well, I never work as a security because I'm not that strong or anything. Oh, hi Pinky. Welcome, little Ian. And we're back at the white doggo game. So in terms of why I say that the tech recall won't load, so really won't load, huh? Tap's weird, Twitch's weird most of the time. Also, oh, where was I? Oh yeah, security guard is underappreciated. Like when I was in Firm, the 3 years in Firm, like the security guards, like working, the people working as security guard in Firm just get so underappreciated most of the time. Like they do really good job and everything, and then they just like brush over everything, and then like a little bit of mishaps happens, and then it's the security guard's fault. So like it's a little bit rough, I would say. Dragonfly, uniquely shaped bead that shines in multiple layers of color. Ooh, dragon. I'm gonna pretend I didn't see the fly. Okay, what to do now? Been a while. Yeah, they get blamed for everything. Need to go driving. Alright, Dialog. Just be safe, alright? Like, they get blamed for everything even though they keep the safety of the people over there. Have water lady will travel. Now they have this new power. Let's use it to travel a bit further out of the village. Oh, oh! I can travel water. Oh my god! This opens up so much potential. Can I just forcefully wake people up if I draw a sun? I think I can, right? I'm not gonna do that though. I'm not mean like that. I'm not that mean. Hi, do you sell something? Yeah. Oh, you sell more things now. Decorative accessory wrought from the horn of a bull. Oh, I have so much money though. I can travel water. So much places to go. Oh my god. I don't even know where to go anymore. Let's sell this. Thanks for money. Alright, all good. Should get out first. Oh yeah. Today's weather has been super weird. Not gonna lie, it's super weird. So when I woke up, it rained. Once I done doing the morning stuff, like brushing teeth and then just like dressing up, getting ready. Once that's done, it stopped raining. And then once I reached the breakfast area, like I missed the eatery. When I reached the eatery, it rained again. And now it stopped again. It's sunny. It's like, what the fuck? Make a damn mind, weather. What's going on? Bomb, right? Yeah, they like this. I'm sure they do. One bomb is all it takes. Guess me, miss, how you doing again? I'm doing pretty fine, to be honest, today. Albeit I have a little toilet issue this morning. That's why I'm kinda late again. I'm gonna keep it that way. You guys know what I mean, I'm pretty sure. They like it as much as you do the weather. I guess. Weather is just weird today. I don't like it. I mean, I like it when it's raining. Eat the bomb. That's right. Oh, since when's this fish? Bomb the fish. I'm gonna put a bomb here just in case. Demon Fang. I'm glad I still remember how to play this game. Like, holy crap. The issue is back. Oh yeah, but it's nothing. It's nothing too. It's nothing too scary, right? It's just. Please bomb win. Yeah. It's just that today, I don't know, maybe when the cold brew hits, you know, when the cold brew hits and then your stomach is like, oh god, and then toilet, right? Yeah, something like that. I'm not gonna be too descriptive over it. You guys know what I mean, right? You guys know what I mean. I love the walk cycle of this. Can I get more of these? That walk cycle. The biggest upgrade I remember is getting the treasure magnet. Treasure magnet? Ooh. Sounds good. He wants some Demon Fang, I guess. The fighting stance for Amaterasu is so good. The fighting stance work cycle? Never really appreciated that. Now I do, a lot. Okay, where do we go? Since now we can travel on the water. That looks like a good place, isn't it? Oh my god, mama. Hi, Leon. it's somehow a little bit more louder than I remember it to be. Have you seen some of the forest yet? Yeah, I've seen it. It's crazy good. It's such a huge upgrade too. In terms of graphic, like holy shit, the game now looks so damn good. Hyperrealism is what they're going for. And then the game's not too expensive too. The game is like 72. Yeah, 72 ringgit. It's like, yeah, cool. I mean, fair enough since it's like early access. So I get that. Hi, Roxas. I don't even know if this is the right way to go. Good afternoon, desu. Oh. There we go, I'm back. Good afternoon, desu. Where am I going? Oh no, my head is... No, holy shit. Wait a minute. 72 though, that's a lot. Oh boy. Wait, I think I know that place. Wait, I think I know this place though. Have I been here before? I feel like I've been here before. What's your current objective? My current objective says that now we have the power of the lily pad, we can travel further, it says. There's no one can stop me. Oh no, standing is imminent. Oh my god. Alright, you know what? If you do send it to me, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if my PC can even handle the game. Yeah, let's use it to travel a bit further out of the village, the game says. That's all I get. So like, cool. Where to? I know this place. Oh, this is the hit list, right? This is the hit list. Hit list. Hit list. Where's the hit list? Are you the hit list? Animal 2? No. Transforms through of a woman who threw herself into the sea. Can fly by flinging his fin like wings. If you spot a fish carcass on the back on the beach at night, it is recommended that you exercise the fin as if with a powerful slash. Doing so knocks the fish to the ground and sends them packing. Oh, wait, that's clever though. Folklore said these imps never cease their mischief. Burrowing beneath the ground, they sound their mighty drums. The drums' vibrations shake the earth. Jump to avoid this attack. Legend tells us lure them from the ground and strike from behind. Though riddled with disease, they are often portrayed whimsically. These stories are meant to make them seem less threatening. They are very less threatening. Lute players are harder to exercise than green imps. One night a man heard lute music and went out to find the source. Hiding in the shadows, he saw the imp stop playing and drink sake. Seeing his chance to attack, the man struck out. Severing the lute strings with his blade, the imps disappeared in the wisp of smoke. It is advisable to cut the strings with the brush. Huh. How about you? Rude monkey-like creatures that harass and tease humans. Whether frightening the locals or causing outbreaks of disease, these troublemakers have proven to be the bane of humanity. Said to hide in gloomy places, they are portrayed as flautists. Flautists? Well, I know this is the hit list, but I don't know how to access the hit list. Agatha Forest? Have I been there before? No, right? I don't think I've been to Agatha Forest. I'm gonna go there and see. Oh, dude, fight. One bomb coming up. Another bomb coming up. I love bomb gives so much money as well. Guess I can try going to Agatha Forest. Swordway leads to Agatha Forest. It's the most green and fertile place in this region. I heard the villagers used to take the ferry to the forest long ago. So, this must be the place then. I'm the beast. Oh yeah, also heads up, if my stream does die in the middle of the stream, don't panic. I did mention about the power outage that's gonna happen around 2 to 6. I just don't know if it's actually gonna happen or not. Even though the notice is very clear about it. It's gonna happen at 2 PM to 6 PM my time. So like, yeah. If my stream does die in the middle of like me streaming, don't panic. Stream of data? No, it's power outage. My PC won't gonna work. I have no power. It's a planned power outage. I mean, unless I stream on phone, but what I do? Stream this light? Can I stream this light? What will I do? Charge PC with... No way. Oh, bomb. Oh. How do I even get to Agatha Forest without bomb? Oh shit. The cursed zone expanded into the forest? I thought evil would shun areas with so much grass and trees. It must really be some curse, the way it's changed the forest. I mean, yeah, if I remember correctly, it was Orochi that did all this. Look, there's a place to rest here. I bet travelers used to use it back when the ferry used to run. Sure. So if I remember correctly, there was someone who took out the blade that released Orochi, but then become Pussy. Best character in game. Oh shit, okay. Yo, best character? But that's your best character. I don't know if it's gonna be the best character to me. I mean, to me, best character here is definitely Orochi. Oh, bomb. Thank you. Woohoo! One bomb. It's all it takes. Oh. Oh my god. Orochi is still best character. Because dragon. Well, serpent-like dragon. Where's Susano? It's as if everyone has a different favorite character. Susanoo is definitely an interesting choice. Not judging, not judging. It's cool that people like Susanoo, alright? It's all good. Alright, let's give them a biggins. Bomb is great. Bomb is like speed run. My favorite character in this game is Oki. Who Oki? I don't think I can go here, right? Oh, fuck. Yep, So there's like a fixed route to this. Let's go down here. Oh, it's so scary though, fuck. My most favorite character, but you won't know who that is? Yeah, I don't know who that is. Secret? Secret? Oh, am I the best gamer? Oh my god. Secret! Oh my god! What if I keep going? Feels like a bad idea. Oh my god. Oh hey! That's the intended path? Oh shit, alright. Well, I'm the best then. Oh, I'm not the best. Oh, that's it! Oh, that was quick. You're welcome, Agatha Forest. God, it's so beautiful. In so many ways. Especially the music. Got him. Devout Beats? A new divine instrument guarded by a guardian sapling, eh? Sakura's gonna spoil you at this rate. Anyway, this is gonna make your life a whole lot easier. The monsters are gonna try to get you any way they can, so you need to equip a good divine instrument and practice with it. But remember, there's more than simply equipping them. They can be equipped as a sub-weapon or a main weapon. A weapon's effect will differ depending on how it's equipped. You can even pull off some secret techniques with your sub-weapon. Even after a 100-year nap, you remember that much, right? No, I don't. I know you're not too bright, but no sweat, no thinking involved. Just try to equip that new divine instrument as a main weapon. Okay. I guess. Got the hang of it? Well, let me give you an example. You know that mirror of yours? No, it acts as a shield when equipped as a sub-weapon. If you're under attack, press triangle to ground. Oh, wait, that's one of the moves in the game. Marvel vs. Capcom 3. The parry. And then there's like 3 kinds of parry. Yeah, 3 kinds of parry. Is it what? Overhead, mid, and low, I think? You should test it out on the monster in the area. And one more thing. You remember what Sakuya said, don't you? The sacred tree in Kamiki village will bear a guardian fruit each time a guardian sapling is revived. Make sure to stop by Sakuya's tree whenever you return to Kamiki. Okay. Oh, it looks so good. Food. Food. Two-handle? What can I do with two-handle? More ink? More ink? More ink? Dude, I can spam so much bombs. See, I still remember this. Your glass pen. Glass pen. But brush. I am glass pen. Oh. I cannot. Oh. Oh, hey, who are you? Oh. What the fuck? Is the wind that big? It should be fine, I think. Hark! The call of the heavens, the earth, the sea. They summon me forth to defeat evil. Do you think I'm evil? Waka, the god's gift to man, is here. Bonjour! Tao Master Waka? Is that your favorite character, Narx? Oh. What's up with that guy? That crimson shading, a divine instrument on your back. Oh, you can see it? You look kinda weird, but I reckon you pick a punch, baby. Think you're so special way up there, huh? Get down here and talk face to... Wait, did you say crimson shading? Can you see Amy's true form? Yeah, that's the thing. Hey yo.
Meow, waka wa lao.
Am I gonna fight you? He drew a sword. Oui, this is how I get my point across, pun intended. The moment the cursed zone started spreading across Nippon, I saw the shadow figure that removed the sacred sword. Oh yeah, that's the thing. Also, Waka, I saved you, you little shit. Flee into Kamiki village and seal the entrance with a huge rock. Oh. There's no way, right? Like, something clicked within me. Hey, but then Susano cut the rock. I was thinking it could be Susano. But then again, Susano was hesitant to cut the rock because it's too big of a rock for Susano. Susano cannot put the rock there. Or can he? Is he acting? Is that why Pinky likes Susano so much? I don't know, but first suspect is Susano in my book currently. You guys know anything about that? No. This guy gives me the creeps, better keep an eye on him. Huh? Amy, you're getting all worked up again? Yeah. Magnifique! I wouldn't have any other way. Nah, he was hesitant to break the rock because it opens up the village. It's a secret to everybody. True. Let's keep this secret for now, but it's just my theory at best. Now you shall get an earful of my beloved sword. Behold, a pillow top. Huh? Oh damn, you cool. Let's rock, baby. Damn. He cool. How about this? I'm glass pen. Sorry man, you just... Like, I don't know what's wrong with you, but Like, do you like bomb? Do you like bombs? Oh, he knows. It's been quite some time since I've tasted your power, Amaterasu. That's enough for now. Too late now, you're the one who picked the fight. Hey, wait, you know this guy, Amy? Well, that was pretty tactless. Excuse-moi, baby. You see, I was looking into that cursed zone that struck this area. The power of gunpowder in this gunpowder with a shell and a fuse rules over all. I know, bomb is too strong. It consumed all in its path, even the light of the sun. It is the curse of Orochi, the legendary 8-headed serpent dragon. Orochi? So Waka knows a lot of things. Do not utter that name without reason. That alone could curse the weak of mind. But Orochi is hot though. Orochi was slain 100 years ago by Nagi and Shiranui, and his evil spirit was sealed away in the moon cave, which I guarded. You know, the cave in the middle of the lake over on Shinshu Field. Yeah, I've been there. I cannot get in. Yeah, that's me right now. But someone has gone and freed Orochi by removing Tsukuyomi. The beast's evil has caused a cursed zone to cover these lands. I never thought the sacred sword could be so easily removed. Whoever did it waited till I was back in the capital. It seems things are afoot that even I did not prophesy. Yeah. Well, where have you, pretty boy? We've been busy dispelling the curse left and right. That Orochi is gonna be minced meat when we're through with it. So, you're the ones who revived the trees in this area. But a lot of times passed since Orochi's return. You better pick up that pace, ma chérie. You gonna love Amy. I'm sorry to say, our battle just now was a big disappointment. You're not what you used to be, Amaterasu. Excuse me, Waka. You just got bombed to almost death, and then you said, "That's enough, piece of shit. Stop using bomb." And I was like, "No, I'll use bomb all I want, bitch." You may have defeated Orochi long ago, but one cannot dwell on past glories. You weakened greatly during your 100-year slumber. Oh shit, Ishun. Chill, Ishun. Look at you shaking. Your whole body is shaking. Don't force yourself. Ishun, please. Now tell me about that shadowy figure you saw fleeing to Kamiki. How do you know it wasn't you? Relax, my little bouncing friend. Oh, I almost forgot. I have a little prophecy for you. I can see into the future, you know. I foresee a log and big thrill. Huh? Oh, nice hand gesture. If I have leap motion, I can do it. I foresee a log and big thrills. You know what I'm talking about when the time comes. A log and big thrills? What the hell does big thrill means? I mean, I know log, wood. Anyway, I must be off. The work of a prophet is never done. Au revoir, baby. What a freak! Knowing you, me guess a dragon made of logs. Let's go. Dude, I love that. Theo must be dragon, right? Who the heck does he think he is? Hey, wake up, Amy. Don't wake Amy up. Amy needs sleep. We got work to do. Oh, thanks for the 4,000 yen. Let's rock, baby. The achievement. Well, this face is great. Oh yeah, I never get to use my weapon. I was just using bomb. Mmm. Steel Soul Sake. Sake brewed with Spirit of Steel temporarily increases defense. Defense, huh? What's that? What is this? Save your strength. You ain't gonna open it that way. There's a giant bud. It's a strange plant that engulfs buried treasure and bring it up. But no one's ever been able to open one of these things. It's said that only the gods know the special way to make it open. You wouldn't happen to know, would you? No I don't. Well, maybe? No? Bud? What about the bud? I mean, cunning's not the way to go. Maybe I have to bomb you then. Here, let me draw you. You're really into plant. Maybe I don't have the power yet. I'll come back later. What is a bud? Honestly, I have no idea. What is a bud? I mean, it's a plant, Pinky says. Maybe bud is a plant? Hi. Oh, poor Ume. I wonder if he's okay. Oh, hello there, doggy. You're alone too? I'm Kokari. Pleased to meet you. Hi. Boy of the forest. Kokari. What? This? This is my fishing pole. Actually, there's no fishing line or hook on it right now. But there's a reason for that. My dog Ume and I were exploring the secret place the other day. An ancient building known as the Tsuta Ruins. We've never been able to get into the ruins until we found a key deep in the forest. But when we went in, we heard a horrible roar from deep within. I didn't waste any time getting out of there. I locked the entrance to the ruins and hightailed it home. I thought Une had followed me, but he was nowhere to be found. Oh, you locked your dog in there? Oh my god. I bet he's trapped back at those ruins. He must be crying all scared and alone. If you know where he is, then why don't you go rescue him? There's no time to be fishing. Yes, well, there's a reason for that. You see, I'm on my way home from the ruins. I fell near the water's edge and in went the key. Wow. I tried my hardest to fish it back out, but I lost all my line and hooks. All I have now is this pole. Where? There's nothing I hate more than a crybaby. You're the one who left your dog in these dangerous ruins? Oh shit, am I supposed to do that? Sorry boy. So you're gonna do whatever it takes to get the key and go help him. But listen here, kid. Fishing's all about attitude. Attitude. Is that the point, issue? Ishun? There's nothing you can't catch with the right attitude. Fish, babes, or whatever, it all can be yours. Go ahead, act like you're having fun. We'll watch. It's an unbloomed seed. She'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. Oh, wait, no way, right? Really? Do I just gonna draw a circle on it? Boy, this murky water sure gives me the creeps. People call it deep abyss because they can't see the bottom. But that's not why these waters are famous. Legend has it a humongous fish swallowed the moon reflected on the surface of the water. No one knows if the legend is true. But to this day, the moon never rises here in Akata Forest. Give the fairy tales a rest, will ya, kid? They're so gloomy. Think more positive, have fun, fun! Okay, Amy, let's use that celestial brush of yours to help him out. There should be some fishing line on his pole, but there's not. Well, just make some by drawing a line from the pole to the fish. Okay. Draw a line connecting the fishing pole to the fish to get them to bite. Once you hook the fish, move the left stick in the opposite direction of the fish movement. Oh, okay. If you pull too hard, the power gauge will move into the red area and the life gauge will begin to deplete. Keep a close eye on the fish and don't overdo it. Once you pull the fish close, a button will appear on the screen. Press the button and yank the fish out of the water. Use the power snatch to finish off your catch. Keep fishing and you might get a chance to reel in a really gigantic fish. Oh, okay. Okay. Careful now, kid. Don't pull with all your might, you just wear yourself out. Just really nice and slow. Ay! Killifish. Killifish. Yeah, you sure are having fun, buddy. Yeah? Let's go! Bang! You're a professional? Yeah! Another killifish. Oh, that's a big one. Good thing this ignores the language online. Yeah, I know, right? Did I actually get a bite? Uh-huh. Best sound ever. What? Ooh, that's a big one. Giant salmon. Nice. Gosh, now I crave raw salmon with wasabi. Sushi. I like sushi. Oh, did I do it? But there's no key though. Oh, the key is inside this fish? Whoa, that's a big one. Huh? Oh, hey. Hey! That's the... It... Huh? Hmm? Huh? 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 Wait, huh? Huh? That's a... That's not a key, that's a thing. You can't read salmon without thinking about that AI picture. Oh, that AI picture is so good though. Raw salmons swimming in the river. It popped right out of the mouth of that big old fish. Kagi. Now you can go save Ume over at the ruins. I'm gonna go all the way in this time. No running away from me now. Wow. Oh. Hey, give that back. Hey, good move, Amy. I love how Amy's just like... It's not even like sneaky, it's just like walk in front, take the key, and then the kid is like, after 10 seconds, hey, give that back. We can't have the kid getting hurt on your watch. Well, what are we waiting for? We got a lost dog to find in Sutal ruins. Guess I'm going there now, huh? Hey, bitch. What you want, huh? What you want? What you want? Huh? What you want? You want bomb? Okay, where the book is Total Ruins. Oh, it's this thing again. So it's an unbloom seed. That's called a bud? Oh, sorry. Oh my god, you're right. Lacquerware set. I thought I didn't have the power yet. Each piece of this Japanese lacquerware is said to be unique. Ooh. More. Even more cool. Holy bone. Nice. You were so close. Oh, they was drawing a line too much resulting in the I mean, I was trying to bomb the bud to open it up, I guess. I mean, guess I use violence to solve things first, huh? Not a good look for me. Not exactly a good look for me either. Glass beads. These beads show no cracks is a testament to the artist's skill. True. Steel Fist Sake. Spear of Steel temporarily increases attack power. Huh. Do I ever need to use those? I don't know. Oh, there's so many of these. Wow, if I don't know how to open these, I'll be so upset. But then again, it's a game, so... If I don't know, a skill issue. Inkstone with limited source, temporary enjoy infinite ink. OP? Plants full of treasure, how usual. It's not unusual, how usual. I should put this down. Oh, bomb! Get down. Whoa! Whoa! Oh yeah, I'm using a new weapon! Whoa! I don't know if I can parry that. This weapon is great, holy shit. This is the third weapon. I thought this is like the third weapon Amy has, since it's like down heavy to change to this weapon in the game. But it's the second one. I'm a little bit surprised. The beats are low damage, high hitting, long range weapon. I wouldn't say, are they really low damage? I mean, I guess. Sorry, monkeys. Huh. You saw yourself, you did like 30 hits in the same enemy to what the... But then again, I did like that kind of damage in a short time. Nope. That works. Get away from me! Nice. Try to be a secondary? Yeah, I should totally do that. There. Straight to Zuta Ruins, right to Taka Pass. What is straight? Which one is straight? Is this straight? Or is this straight? Hi. Kiba. Oh! How funny. I don't think I've seen a white wolf before. What's your name? What? Come on, tell me your name. You may only be a wolf, but manners are manners. The name's Ishin, and this verbal is Amaterasu. That's a bit of a mouthful. Let's go with Chalky. Wow, I kinda like you. Chalky. That's a new one. As for me, I'm the infamous Fang trader. Yes, I am the great Kiba. That makes sense. Kiba literally means Fang. The great Fang trader Kiba. Now then, Shoki, how about that monster? How you know about monster leftovers, right? How do you know about that? Who are you? You know what you get when you defeat a monster? I'm talking about the demon fangs. Oh. All you need to do is attend those monsters' hide, and they drop a demon fang just before they disappear. The aristocrats love to have them as a symbol of power. They'll pay any price you care to ask. So then, Chalky, got any of them on you? Naturally, I don't expect you to give them to me for free. I, the great keeper, have collected treasures from all over Nippon. We can do a swap. Sure. Amidst a holy tonic keeps demon scrolls at bay. Demon scrolls? He has fangs on his head? Yeah. Make a cash offering and sleep on this mat, and your wounds will heal. Cash offering? Draws money and oh! 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 I found it! I found it! Draws money and other valuables near! Oh! I win. I win. Battle tips? Oh! So I guess it's being taught here, but somehow I already knew about it since I played the game before. Wink wink wonk wonk, I'm cheating. Activating Game Shark, thank you very much. Something stinky is over there. Uh-oh. Peace Bell makes the scroll not move to you. Oh, I mean, I don't mind them moving to me, honestly. You know, I get the extra money. Wooden bear. Though carved from wood, it is as fearsome as the real thing. Ugh. Gui. Gui Da Yuan. Wow, all the words. Why is that bad? I mean, I know Gui, Yan, oh An. Yan Yuan. Yuan 跟 Yan is like behind the Gui. Oh, that's kind of cool. I'm referring to these words. 妖真魔病无怪冤. Wow, it's all like bad words. I can hold X to draw faster. Equip? Oh, I need to equip it? Oh, okay. Funny enough, me bought that mat, but couldn't use it because of stick drift. Reading kanji in Mandarin? Why not? As long as I understand it, don't I? Do you eat meat? Do you eat herbs? Yes, you do. I only know like aku, yami, da. The rest I don't know. Oh! Oh! I know that move. Time to get more Demon Fang. Equip? Oh yeah, equip. Oh, I can get 3 OP. Alright. Even lower damage but ranged. I know that move. Call circle forward, H is like the best. Yes and no, the one is the Blizzard Beats, the final alcohol beat. Oh, I mean, okay lah. I mean, they behave sort of the same, I would say. Just different element. Hi. Roasted meat, oh, delish. The roasting is enhance the flavor. Thanks. Roasted fish. Tender and flavorful fish fills astral pouch. More? Do you have more food? Do you have more food? Do you have more food? Well, now there's something we don't see every day. A white wolf. You look just like that Shiranui. There used to be lots of animals here in Akata Forest, but they started to disappear when the number of monsters increased. No, listen to me. No, now it's hardly the time for that kind of chat. I wonder what could have happened. I don't suppose you bumped into my son in the koroke? Karuki? I think the name. I mean, it's definitely not koroke. Koroke is delicious though. I don't suppose you bumped into my son. It's strange that he's still out there now, this late at night. Narai River was flooded during the storm the other day, you see. The bridge to Kusan village was completely washed away. I asked my son to get to work on building a new bridge, but he's so busy with that dog of his that he just won't make a start. The dog my son is so smitten with is called Ume. I found him injured in the forest a long time ago. My son nursed him back to health, so he's a bit overprotective. He's become so soft that he has no sense of adventure now at all. But if a man lives in the forest, there are things he has to do. That's why I'm determined to get him to build a new bridge. I'm sure he can do it. I just have to trust him in and be patient. Cool. Do you have more meat? Do you have meat? Do you have more meat? Do you have meat? Can I have meat? Like, please cook some meat. I want meat. Do you get meat? Here's the fire, cook the meat. Give the meat. Here's the fire, cook the meat. I guess I have to go to like the Zuta ruins, right? How do I even get to the Zuta ruins again? Oh yeah, the key! Wait, he got the key back? Good thing you always kept the key. No, I didn't. I don't see her going to the ruins. You better move away. How did I get the key? Bonk? Oh, what? Hee. The new tea bag. The new tea bag. Mm. Okay, let's go to Tsuta Ruins. If only I know how to get there. Oh, is that it? Yeah, this is Shinshu Field. Gaogongping. Okay, Tsuta Ruins, Taka Pass. Iji should be ruins, right? Tsuta? Taka. Oh. Taka Pass is Gaogongping, I think. Tsuta Ruins is like Iji or some shit. I think this is Tsuta Ruins. It's funny they always go in that circle. It's human nature after all. Yeah. Habits hard to change. Durr! Durr, do you eat fish? Do you eat meat? Do you eat seeds? Bug. Okay. Fine. Have it your way. Is that Susano? Hey. I have... Oh. Thanks for the demon fang. Got him. I don't know if I'm fighting with the key as well. Hi. Not you again, Fido. Why must you always dog my footsteps? I'm busy practicing my new secret technique. You see, a terrible monster lurks in Taka Pass beyond this forest, so I was right. It goes by the name Crimson something or other. It was so in your head. You don't even want to remember the other name, other things' names, huh? And it's rumored to have 100 Is this Twitter now? To have 100 followers? Oh shit. What do you mean, Crimson something or other? The name slipped my mind, that's all. Oh my god, Susano. Anyway, I must rid Taka Pass of the terrible monster before it harms anyone else. But first, I must practice my ultimate secret technique. Himitsu, whatever that is. Then again, the bridge to Taka Pass is out, so why rush? But have no fear, once I master that technique, I shall venture forth to slay the beast, even if I have to swim those turbid waters. Now leave me be, you cur! I have some serious training to do. Sure, cut this. Cut this, casual. Cut this, casual. That's right. What? Parry this, casual. No? Huh? Alright, well, you tried. No dodging allowed. Hehehe. Got him. Nice who. Burb. Burb. Burb eat meat. They eat fish. I mean, some bird eat fish, right? Oh, the kingfisher eats fish, and the big pelican eats fish, right? Oh. Oh, nice. Now I can feed you. Durr. It's a beautiful durr. I like the beautiful durr. $69? Nice. Oh, it's the key. What is that? You were right. I was right. About what? Oh shit. Am I right about something? Well, let's go look for that kid's dog. I'm actually hoping we might find something more. Nobody's entered these rooms for ages, right? Just think about it. It could be fabulous treasure hidden in there. But enough talk, let's start looking. Here's one. Enhancing weapons? Enhancing weapons? Travel guide. Power of gold dust. Rare powder is highly valued by merchants and traders. Use it once, the destructive power of a weapon is increased. Gold dust can be used only once and only on a single weapon. Note that even weapons powered up using this method cannot exceed the power of inherently stronger weapons obtained later. Don't understand any of that, but cool. Also, let me read that. Uh-oh. Ah, this is another Skyrim? Oh shit. Yep. At least it doesn't flash. Bird eating fish? Yeah, that's a kingfisher, isn't it? Or something. Oh no, it's great blue heron ardea herodias eating fish. That's a long name for a bird. Very cool looking bird though. Yeah, birds eat fish. Some of them eat fish. Kingfisher or something other. Pelican? Pelicans eats fish, I believe. Of course, there are like more birds more avians that eats fish. I mean, of course, like eagles or vultures, they prey on meat, right? So yeah, like different kinds of bird, different kinds of diet. It's so cool though. Oh, Okami's gone. There, Okami's back. Meow burp. Meow burp. Ooh. Tsuta Ruins. Oh, this flying bob. I'm gonna open up that. That's a pretty oddly shaped statue. Look at all that moss. Must have been here for ages. And what's up with that weird water? I don't think you want to go jumping in there, Furball. How about drawing some lily pads so we can check it out? Oh, opening up Game Shark, huh? Hi, Foxy Foxy. Welcome in. Hope you're doing good. What dreary place? Looks kind of scary. But treasure though. Enhancing divinity? Divinity? Traveler's charm? Oh, I remember you. Divinity 2? Yeah, I'm gonna continue that someday. The adventure burst signal no will continue someday. I haven't forgotten about it. Vase, whose unique beauty will surely outlast any flower. Hi. Oh. Nice too. Oh wait, did this here the water is fine? Is it? Yeah. Nice. Now walao, water and trees, but wait, what's going on? Ooh. Incense burner. Burner specially designed to release only the purest aroma. I used to love that thing. Now, not so much. Was I supposed to draw lily pads on that place? I'm gonna go back. What happened to your love? I'm not too sure, to be honest. You used to love it, yeah. Oh, too much smoke. Like maybe it was because like I bought one faulty incense burner that it's just smoking out the place. So I was like, I don't like it. But then again, it's like my own thought doesn't give them a second chance. So yeah, maybe a little bit bad on my part, I would say. Do you want to snipe me from here? Whoa. Oh, so I was right. It eats the lily pad. Oh my god, that's kind of scary. What if I jump down? I'm gonna die immediately if I jump down. I mean, I have astral powers, right? I'm just kind of curious what's gonna happen. I did save, it's fine. Oh my god. Did I die? Oh shit. Oh, it cost me health. Oh my god. Yeah, let's not touch that at all. Human brain is quick to judge all kind of error of one. Yeah. Which is honestly unfair. I get that. What's up with this white wall? There's something behind, you see that? Looks pretty solid. We're not getting any further. I mean, I don't think even you could do something about this. Let's find another way in for now. Are you sure? Are you sure about that? Like, are you sure about my bomb is not enough? Bomb? Sorry? Alright. I guess sometimes there's something that cannot be solved with a bomb, huh? How very sad. I'm gonna solve everything with bombs and power slashes. Bomb is puny against wall. Puny bomb. Oh, hey. Sometimes I don't like camera. Sometimes I don't like when, you know, I cannot control the camera. But I know that old games sometimes doesn't allow you to control the camera. So like, yeah, fair. It's just my own like point of view. In terms of like exploration games, and then it doesn't let me control the camera, it's a bit of a problem, to me anyway. And also I realized that I really complain a lot about games, do I? Oh man, I feel terrible. Sorry. It's just like most of the time when I share my point of view, it's just kind of negative. It's just it just sounds like I'm complaining about games constantly. Okay, I know that. What's up this round stone? It's much heavier than it looks. Does it look like it will budge, no matter how you push or pull it? Really now? Oh shit, you're right. You look different. Oh shit. Whoa! Oh wait, I thought it's a lizard. Well, fuck you. No! Get out! Just a sneaking suspicion just because it looks exactly like the thing I'm supposed to do. Oh no. No way, really? Is that what I'm supposed to do? And oh, thank you. Oh shit, that's terrible. Oh. Wait, what? Guess I have to deal more damage to you then. Or deal like bombs. Also, welcome in, Anne. Thanks for the follow. You like bombs? Oh! Look for a chance to use your celestial brush. Wonder if you can open this button when attacked it. Yeah. Do you like bomb? You want some bomb? Oh shit. Explosion! This feels like a boss fight. You like bombs? Time? Oh my god. Oh hey. I thought you were a lizard, fuck you. I mean, at first it looked cool, and then the face scares me away. Too bad, really. I was hoping for a lizard enemy. Guess I have to push it here. Oh. I know. That's what I've been trying to do. Do you not want to go? Do you not want to go in? Do you not like to be in the hole? Thank you. Oh my god, it's so... Okay. That is so needlessly tight. Oh, guys, I just remembered something. Oh my god. 2? That's 1. Just a second. Alright, that's 1 down. That didn't give me any demon thing. Maybe I did it wrong. Okay, so I remembered that. Well, I didn't remember, but I saw this morning when I opened up my Twitch channel. Somehow, for whatever fucking reason, I hit 800 followers. It's like, God. Oh God. Like, I don't know, but yeah. Yay. Below the size of these mushrooms. I kind of feel sorry for him though. It's so gloomy here. I bet a little sunshine is all it would take to perk him out. Sunshine? Sunshine? Yeah, 800. Thank you all. Although I don't have anything... I don't really have anything planned for 800. But then again, on... March 9, I think? March 9 is March 9 will mark the 2nd year of my streaming I guess career, right? A little bit of a career at this point. 2 years, man, crazy. Woo. Sunshine, happiness, and gum. Yeah, I've been streaming for quite a while, don't it? Growth is kind of slower than I. You know what? Actually, when there's growth, I'm glad. I'll be a little bit slow, but I appreciate any kind of growth I can have. What kind of rock is this? Oh. A destructible rock is what it is.
Hello. And welcome.
Ion Agenda, hi. And thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome in. Whoa. Look at that. Look at that tail spin. Wow. Hope you're doing good. This is a really big place. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna get lost in here. I have bad sense of direction. Oh, Amy, hold on a second. My nose felt all itchy since those huge mushrooms back there. But achoo, dang it! Oh, okay, okay. Thanks, Ishun. Thanks, thanks. Guess I have to keep running, huh? Guess I have to keep running. Hey, what the fuck? Wow, much rotation. I'm very good. A lot of rotation. Achoo, fuck! Hi, Brian. Hey, this door has some sort of weird lock on it. That's no ordinary lock. I sense strong evil at work here. Oh, you don't say when it's twitching like that? Oh my god. Well, evil, no evil. Ew! I hate it. I hate it as in good design. Right? Oh my god. Bomb? Do you like bombs? Do you perhaps like bombs? Oh fuck. It's so hard to draw bombs with controller. Do you perhaps like bombs? Oh my god. No? Alright. These are vases? Nice, check out Brian, yeah. And Brian do stream occasionally, if I remember correctly, yeah. Gonna be a while before I can reliably stream again. It's okay, Brian. I can totally understand. Streaming does take a lot of energy, not gonna lie. But it's something that I like to do a lot. Oh my god. Why am I jumping down again? I don't know. Do you like bomb? Do you not like bomb? Me back home from Munch and 8. Yeah, yeah. I feel kinda even more sick now. Oh shit. Food, is it some sort of food poisoning or it's just like feeling bad? I mean, I hope it's not food poisoning of any sort, or just nah, sick. Sick is just bad in general, I'm pretty sure. But sorry to hear that, Narks. Might be something I caught yesterday. Oh shit. Do you want to go to the doctors for that? I think might be a good idea, isn't it? If like it gets a little bit like harsh, or too harsh actually. My days since bad movie scene ticker got reset today. Days since bad movie since a scene. So that means that you watched a bad movie recently? Question mark. Speedy recovery, Narix. Am I stuck? I can't seem to jump up there. That looks like a door. Camera pans out. I was actually on a pretty long string of good movies, not gonna lie. And then I watched a movie today that was astonishingly bad. Astonishingly bad? Oh my god. Well, that's something else, isn't it? Do you want the sun? There's a Monhan movie? Oh, you mean the old one? Oh. Oh, you actual being. Gaha. I am a twomper. I am Blockhead. I got this place so that all shall pass. Wait. Make that none shall pass. Ah, okay. Do you really think you can penetrate my airtight defense? Huh, impossible! Nothing can calm his body of mine. Of course, there are those weak points of mine. A clean blow there would slay me in an instant. Why would you say that? Why would you say that? But I wouldn't be so foolish enough to expose such weakness. Now be on your way, none shall not pass. Oh, you want me to dot there? Oh shit. Huh? I cannot overstate my advertisement to urge everyone to watch it as soon as humanly possible after the stream. We cannot watch it on purpose without a name. Oh yeah. Blockhead sounds like he's in a closet about a king or something. Well, my weak point is so obvious. Yeah. I failed, but let it be known I died a warrior's death. I win. Whoa. Oh, nice. Oh, even more nice. What is that? And it was just like, bam. Way harder than he expected. This looks like an exorcising arrow for driving away evil. But its tip is shaped like a key. Oh, I know. In any case, I do sense its divine power for driving away evil. Yeah, I need that. That's like a weird ass key that I need to destroy. Megan? We're going to open Orochi's heart. That looks like a door. No explore open doorway, but I got a key. Okay, lol. I go explore, lol. When my ears itch. Okay, all good. Isn't this where I was? This is the place I just started. Okay, now I go safe. Save. Save, very, very nice. Yeah. Okay, it's too fast, too fast. Amy, too fast, too fast. Oh yeah, you hate this? Or you don't like this? Do you not like this key? Oh! Oh, bleh. The key didn't blem like I did. Or like I'm still doing it right now, blem. Blem. Oh, blip. Some violation of his personal space. I'm sorry, man. Has to be done. Got him. One more. Nice. I love the dodge cancel. I love this. Already canceling moves? Yeah. PU canceling? I did PU canceling, but it just kind of missed all the hits after I did the 4th hit of the mirror combo. Wow, this bridge is a complete wreck. But for you, it's a piece of cake to take care of this, isn't it? Oh yeah, I think I know this. Right? What if I just like... Oh, it's not enough. Okay, okay. It's a bridge on a stick. Okay, point taken. Save. Oh, the background is a dragon. Oh my god. Oh, hey. Do. Oh, too small. The background is one of the constellations. Yeah, that was Yomigami. I only remember Yomigami because it's a dragon. The rest, I don't remember because they're not dragons. Let's save one more time. Yomigami #1. How you always know where green leaves are? It's like perception magic. I don't know. I mean, they have like the light shining down. So I just dig it and then it pops up. Something like that. I mean, if there's like a ground that has like a little green shiny, I have to like dig it out, and then it's like, yeah, pop the leaf. Yeah, that green light. Whoa, there's so much demon gate I have to fight. 3 of them. Oh. I love something like this. And why the 2 were always in identical places? A straightforward challenge. I love this. Alright, we start from this one. Let's go. Nice. Oh, maybe I should not cut it. I should bloom it. I should bloom that one, totally. Spirit Globe L. Humidity Fave made solid. Nice. Okay, next time let's try bloom it instead of cutting it. I should bloom it totally. Because it's a bud. Lacquerware set. Let's coo like a burb. Oh, oops, sorry. Commit deforestation. In any game, I'll commit deforestation. Even in Valheim. Well, I cannot commit deforestation in Skyrim, which is kind of sad, but it's fine. It's okay. Don't you dare run away from me! The cut. Oh, oops, that was too short. I didn't dodge in time. Nice, easy. Give me the money. Oh, oops. Now this is like a bomb. There we go. Okay, cutting this one gives Demon Fang. Okay, good. I'll try not to use bombs anymore because I do want Demon Fang. I mean, bombs are great. I only use bombs when needed. Those demons won't know what caught them. Caw. Oh my god. Hi Leon again. Oh, that's mine! Stun, quick thinking. I did see the mushroom, so yeah. Whoa, ISO is playing 7 Days to Die? Wow. Been a long time since I last played 7 Days to Die. Like, every time I play 7 Days to Die, I just kind of have to keep playing it or like replaying it because of the new updates and stuff. So it's like, it's kind of painful, but it's okay. I still love the game. Game's great. Tsuta Ruins map? Yeah! Map displaying the structure details, check via the map screen. There's a map button, right? L2? Yeah. Leon, what's going on, Leon? Check out these pads. Poisonous water spilling out of them. I bet this is what's been harming the natural beauty amidst the ruins. So what, do I just like cut them, I guess? Yeah. It sounds like, It sounds like what, huh? Nice. Where the dog? What the dog doing? Not enough? Oh shit. Looks like the poison that was polluting this water has been completely cleared up. Now it looks like the great place for a swim. There's even a waterfall. I bet it would be loads of fun to go straight down in it. What I meant was a playful dog like Ume might do that. I haven't forgotten about what we're looking for, have you? Have you? And of course, I haven't given up on hunting down some treasure either. Can I wee? Now enough. Wee. Nice spin. Oh wait, was Ishu trying to say that Ume is here? Yeah, oh my god. My butt cheek was clenched. Oh my god. Oh, this is a very shiny place. See, something like this, you dig it up. Amy shake water off. Yeah. Like Amy would do that if I soak in water for a little bit. So good. Got the big tree also. The big tree. What big tree? Inside here. The big tree inside this one. This one looks really big and also very shiny. I'm going in. Oh my god. Why is this like constantly something breaking that I hear outside? The one with green light? Yeah? You mean the clover? Well, I got a clover just now. Fountain! Fountain! The other clover? Well, I guess I can get out after doing things here. Jump. Nice. Just gonna use all the ink brush possible. A full capacity of ink. What is that? It's not a treasure? Oh. Oh, new power! That light.
Ah, it is a bloom. Help.
Ah. Ooh. It's another monkey. Yeah, it works. Uh-oh. Oh, nice. Got him. Tsutakami. Ah, Amaterasu, origin of all that is good and mother to us all. I, Tsutakami, the last in the triumvirate of Hanagami flora gods, have humbly awaited your glorious return for 100 years. May the fresh spring grow bloom from your snow-white form. Bring new life to the land that suffers under evil. Look who's playing Sons of the Forest. Wow, I'm a stalker. That was Tutakami, the third and final god of the flora. He's the god that can make vines do his bidding. One folktale tells how Tsutakami used that power to tie vines to his body so that he could fly through the air. Oh, I think I know what this is. This is AB's air dash in Marvel vs. Capcom 3. Also, sorry if I'm gonna compare anything to like... I'm gonna compare a lot of things to what AB does in the game in Marvel vs. Capcom 3. So, it's the only thing I know about the game, about the character, so... There's a Konohana Blossom, the flower of the gods over there. Try making a vine sprout right out of it. Do I just like... Whoa! Yeah, it is! Yes, yeah, a pale fractal. Wow, it sure is handy to have a god around. You can draw up vines when the Konohana Blossom is open. Let's look around and see if any others are blooming. Oh, thanks, camera. I love how it auto targets. See? It auto centers. I always thought that word is pronounced tetsu. It's not tsuta. Or oketsu is one of them, I think. This one. The jie. Oh wait, I think of something fun. I mean, and by fun, I mean... Oh, I thought Amy's gonna be over the place. Oh. Well, I can only dream, I guess. Yeah, it's like fishing. Where the dog? Guess I have to go up, huh? Uh-oh. Random thing we notice, Baiken would be good at fishing. Huh? Why though? Doesn't Baiken only has like one hand? I mean, not saying that people with one hand cannot fish. Oh, tether the fish, you're right. This one will drop me down. Great, we made it to the top, but it's just a dead end? Hmm? Oh, whoa, what's this? A hook? Doesn't it just make it want to tie something to it? Oh, thanks, issue. Now I know what to do. I assume it's... Ah, okay. 4 of them? What if I tie this one to this one? And I tie... that one to that one. It works. 1x. Nice, going in. Oh my god, I hate these things. Why are they so scary? There we go. I don't like those things. They scare me. Also, yeah, see, there's no power outage. Sometimes when they say that and then it just doesn't happen. Like even my area is mentioned and then it didn't happen. Let me just cut everything real quick. Real quick, for real. There. That's a lot of money. I like money. Oh, hi Takobi. Simulates Toad singing in lieu of points to actually redeem it. Amy can cut. Oh my god, we have a new motto. Just like Riverto, because Riverto can cut. Hope you're doing good, Taco. Whoa. Also, welcome in, Takobi. I love this instrument. This is the instrument I love a lot. This is not shamisen, right? This is not shamisen. Or is it? Biwa? Oh yeah, Biwa, yeah. It's the mango instrument. Also, ground cut tea. Amy casts ground cut tea. in cut tea. Yeah, they sound so good. That's not cut. Can hear the mango vibes? Yeah. In comes Mango. Mango's gonna dive bomb you. We're really gonna go in there? Really? Are you serious? I'm getting a real bad vibe here. What's beyond this door? You sure we're ready? Maybe we should go back outside. Are we ready? Yeah. Alright then, let's go for it. Leap first thing later. Oh, set. Suzuku? Look, Amy, there's a golden gate. It will store the memories of all you've done if you pass through it. That way, if you ever die, you can start over again from that point. It's a free pass to continue with your game, even after you mess up. But it does have its limits. The stored memories will be wiped clean if you quit the game. If you use an origin mirror to save a game, your memories will be transferred there. Either way, passing through a golden gate or saving an origin mirror will allow you to continue your adventure. Well, we might as well pass on through. As if I have As if I have a choice here that I cannot pass through, you little shit. Oh, hi Atomica. My favorite video game in the whole wide world. Wow. Yeah, this game's pretty good, not gonna lie. I love. Memories of all you have stored in the... all you've done stored in the Golden Gate. Yeah, must boop Atomica. I played this and completed 3 times on my old PS2. Wow. Oh. Oh no, Amy. TOS. 3 times. I played this a little bit on my PS3, but it's tough to finish it when the game runs like a PowerPoint slideshow. So I just didn't finish this game like at all on my PS3. But now I get a chance to actually finish this game once. Wow. I keep telling you not to space out like that. Whoa, what is that? TOS? TOS? Hey, something moved. Whoa. Whoa, those are all eyes. Check out this big old flower. We just might stumble onto something here. Ishun? I don't think that's a good idea. Flowers like this are usually just packed with treasure. Sure they are. Dog! Hey, is there a dog down there? Is that Ume? Oh. Uh-oh. Whoa! Backflip! Nice, good job. Let me go, wolf breath. I'm all covered with your slobber again. Oh yeah? Well, you better thank me later, little shit. Check out that channel. I see 8. Wait, it couldn't be. There's no way it's Orochi. Is it? Oh my god. Dude. Yeah, it's not. Orochi doesn't sound like that. Are you that dog that has been sniffing about? I will not allow you to ruin my master's triumphant return. It's a spooner! Yeah, it is. Oh my god.
Ah, is a spider, eye bloom thingy thing something or other. Help.
Help. Sticking your nose where it does not belong will get you killed. Speak your last words, fool! Are you Snatcher? Are you Snatcher? Amy's like, how dare? Dog is not usually on my menu, but I shall make you an exception. Amy, what you talking about? I saw that dog you gobbled up. And besides, this ain't no dog, this here is a god. Oh well, now the beast can speak. Very well then, I shall send you back to where you came from. This shall not hurt a bit. Stand still for just a moment. Oh dude, look at that. Am I gonna fight this thing? Oh fuck. Alright, here we go. Bomb cheese. Do you perhaps like bombs? Oh! I see. Okay. So this is what I did just now. That's 1. That's 2. That's 3. Get him! No, Amy, wait a minute, Amy, Amy, please, Amy. Instructions was pretty clear. It's kind of dangerous to stand still, honestly. Get him! Get him! Maybe a bomb. Maybe a bomb. Where you? Oh yeah, ground cut tea. I need to become Riverto. What is that? Oh, two is enough? I make large. I used to slash these. Yeah, I need to cast ground cut tea. What are you doing? Did that really just work? Got him. Ground cut tea wins the day. Doggo. It's the doggo, Ume. Oh hey. And thus, Amaterasu was able to traverse the vine-covered ruins and defeat the devious Spooder Queen lurking within. The ugly arachnid body has been turned into a beautiful blossom, and a feeling of tranquility reigned throughout the ruins. Inside the hearty blossom was discovered a tiny and defenseless Ume dog, presumably consumed by the fearsome queen. Just when everything had begun to settle down, snarling beast, a weapon long sealed away by the Spooder Queen's magic, appeared before Amaterasu's eyes. Whoa! It's a new mirror? That looks painful. Divine instrument, snarling beast. Very nice. Reflector marked with a beastly seal grants ink bullet power. Ink bullet? The Spooder Queen was hiding a sacred weapon. Tricky old bag. Maybe we'll get more weapons if we defeat some other monsters. Anyway, I can't wait to see what this one does. Look at that, Amy. The dog's just sleeping. Wonder if this is Ume, you know, the dog that kids was looking for. Let's bring him back once he wakes up. But first, how about good victory hell? It may even wake him up. Oh, you're gonna start a... Don't, ow! Oh god. Well, I guess that just happened. Y'all must resist the owl. Resist the owl. We're all skaties here. I mean, never understood why they made a boss who just can't move for the majority of battle. Also, yay! Would you rather save the game? Of course! Now you can pew pew while you pew pew. Uh-huh, uh-huh. The doggo! Bad doggy! Give me back my key. I gotta go save Ume quick. I will bite you and I will cut you and bomb you. Huh? I will bomb you. Ume, is that you? Are you okay? You're not hurt, are you? You must have been so scary all alone. Ugh. Yeah, bite him. What's wrong, Ume? About your dog, kid. He was deep within the ruins, and he didn't seem to want to leave. Really? How come, Ume? You mad? You mad? You mad, bro? And me for running away without you? You got it all wrong, kid. You only think you left your dog behind. Truth is, he decided to stay at the ruins himself. Oh, really? I didn't know that. He did? But why? Maybe he was trying to set an example by showing you how anyone, even a dog, could have an adventure. Yeah. Look at it this way. There's not much separating a boy from a man. They grow up before you know it and accomplish great things. Naruhodo. So I guess you knew everything. Ume. Like how my dad told me to go fix the bridge destroyed by the storm, and how I tried to get out of it because I was scared of failing. But your fearless adventure has changed me. You've given me the courage to stop shirking responsibility. Oh, what is that? Oh, my dad's fishing pole! I lost it in the forest some time ago. Did you sniff it out in those ruins all by yourself? Well, I'm gonna fix that bridge all by myself. Oh boy, is they gonna be surprised. But isn't the bridge fixed? Did we not fix the bridge? Or is it a different bridge? Well, I'm glad that's done. Amy just magically absorbed things. Where did Ume carry the pole? I don't know. Oh, it's a different bridge. Okay, okay. The dirt. Give Demon Fang. Demon Fang. Hey, you like a bomb? You like a bomb? Everyone likes bombs? Hell yeah. Bombs are great. That's their house, right? Oh, that's a bomb, alright. I've seen the bomb, I need a bomb. Must bomb. A kitty? Hey, get a load of this statue's face. It's got the same blank expression as you. Hee. Kitty? What do I do with kitty? Do I bloom the kitty? No? None of this then, I guess. No bloom on the face? McKenna wonders if that adventure made these ruins more or less accessible. Poison went away, some structure fell apart from the sneeze. A bridge was fixed, a spider queen was slain. Feels like I may need something before you come back here. Alrighty. Maybe I can talk to the dead. Hey, do you have meat? Oh my god, you have meat! Yeah, meat. Oh yeah, how much power do I have? 101. I kinda want more ink. Yeah, let's save up to 250. Who needs help when you can spawn 7 bombs at once? 7 bombs at one, baby. Who is that? Oh hey, it's the dead. Let me just fight this thing real quick. Give Demon Fang. Nice who. Oh, what a pain. Deep in Agata Forest, there's a big river called Narai River. The bridge over it was destroyed in a storm the other day, so now I can't get a hold on any new stock. Luckily, I got quite a lot in reserve, so I can still trade. Feel free to take a look if you've been sent to do the shopping pub. Yeah. Gold dust? Yes, please. Only 2? Oh, I need more though. Oh yeah, also... Yeah, I need more herbs. Imagine getting an upgraded weapon and not using it. Oh, I forgot! Upgrades are for plebs. True. But I just want to try it out. Oh. Spinny spin. Here, let's try it out. Come here. Whoa, wait, I'm too strong? Yeah, and it ups the damage as well. Ooh.
Hello.
What's in bullet?
And welcome.
Phoenix Fire Wolf? Hi. Welcome in. Hope you're doing good. Thanks for the follow. Must cut monkey. You can rapid fire T. Rapid fire T. Oh, is it triangle? Oh yeah, let's talk to the dad. Hi. Hi there, Wolfie. I don't suppose you've seen my son. It seems he was out fishing at the deep abyss not long ago. He's nowhere to be seen now, though. I hope my son hasn't started building a bridge at the rapids. Maybe I worry too much. I should just butt out. The best thing I can do is to leave him to his own devices. Really? I don't know about that, but you do you. Treasure. Gift. Traveler's Charm. Is there any way that I can upgrade my Godhood? Or is it just 3 levels of Godhood? That's it. I mean, to be fair, the combat seems pretty easy so far. Bomb? Looks like bomb. It's always 3? Okay, fair. Feels like anything that's more than 3 in terms of Godhood might be a little bit too strong. How many hits in vulnerability do you want? 5. Look, I'm not greedy. But I'm a kobold, so I'm inherently greedy. That just diss the whole kobold community. I didn't mean to do it. Hey, is this your rabbit? Hi. Stray bead? There's 100 stray bead, right? Oh. Can I zoom in anyway? Guess I can put a lily pad in there. Money! Nice. Oh, I don't like this. That's for a future mechanic? Oh, okay. Hi. Madame Fawn? You've come, White Wolf, and you look troubled. You may call me Madame Fawn. I read bones to see the future. I knew you would come. I saw you in the vision. Hi. Bone Reader. That sounds scarier than it should be. It looks like the world outside is in great chaos. This is not to say that it was not predestined to happen. However, this year is special. This is the 100th year since Nagi and Shiranui's adventure. You saw the enormous cursed area on your way here, did you not? Land rendered barren. All who approach tainted by darkness. Only one creature possesses the power to control this, Orochi! Even so, the rate at which it spreads, incredible. The curse can only be lifted by restoring the guardian saplings. I can see the curse has been lifted. It appears that some brave soul has stood up to Orochi. That's enough idle talk for now. I'm trying to run a business here. Like I told you, I'm a fortune teller. The bones reveal all. If you have money, I can even tell your future, Wolf. Interested? Fortune telling fee 500? Oh, but I only have 72k. You want 500 yen? Ugh, that's 500 shiny. Fine. Then let us listen to what the bones have to say, friend. Wow! It's coming to me. I can see it. A bridge washed away in the storm. Although a child tries to fix with his father's rod, a bridge that size may require a miracle. I can't tell you anymore for now. You have to seek out clues yourself. Oh! It's no prediction, you're just telling me what to do next. Right? You're just telling me what to do next. Oh yeah, there it is, wanted list. Yeah. Recur miracle, so I just need to help. I need to help the kid restore the bridge. You're just telling me what to do next. It's not like she opens you to read bones. I mean, yeah, that's Bone Reader. It's the I forgot what to do help mechanic. Ah, you know what? That's cool. It's really good for me because I always forget what to do. And since I play this game once per few weeks, then yeah, I think that helps a lot. Water? It just sort of push lily pad away. No? Guess not. So now I need to find the boy. Boy. Oh my god. The table slam. The raw table slam. Okay, me go take naps here. Okay, Narix, good sleep. Good nap. Whee! Oh, nice. Oh boy. Oh wait, there's two. Where's the other one? Oh. Bullhorn? Nice. I don't think there's any more. Yeah, there's no more. It's a burr! Oh my god, I saw the burr. Look, it's the burr! I found burr. Hi, burr. Huh? Isn't this that bear that was sleeping back in Hana Valley? Man, he's still sleeping.
Praise the Berber bear.
Is the bear? Yeah. Let's call him Sleepy. Very fitting. Newly dubbed Sleepy. That's one happy bear. Seems he really likes spheres. Sphere? What do you mean by that? Oh, sphere! Isn't that like one acorn or whatever that is that I can open up? Maybe I have to find the burr. Or is this spherical enough? Since when did this thing pop up? Oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god. Please. Please, can you just go straight up? Oh. Sorry, if you fall down right now. This is all kinds of painful. Oh my god. Bonk it? It took so long that it's in the morning already. I mean, can't really bonk it. This one seems a little bit more efficient. Hey bird, hey Sleepy, do you like this? It's spherical. Oh. Oh, nice. Oh. Wow. Whoa. Finally. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. He went back to sleep? Boy, I sure wish I could sleep like that. Oh. That's kinda cute. Hey, look at you. Got a new sphere. I got another one, I think. But then it's gonna be so hard to push it back here. You sleep like that, it's not useful. Nice who? Oh, this is where I'm supposed to go, right? It's okay, we'll get the bird sphere afterwards. Oh wait, no, this is a fortune-telling place. Where even is the bridge? Oh wait, there's one place I haven't gone to yet. Yeah, I think it's here. Nice. Gonna get all the demon fang. Yeah, here. Hey, I have a few more demon fang. Whoa. Hey, Chalky. How's the fan collection coming along? You should have a few of them by now. I'll let you get your paws on my precious treasures if you do. Yeah. I have 39. Nice. Make a cash offering, stay on the mat. Your wounds will heal. Let's buy this one. What's golden peach? Fuse the astral pouch instantaneously. It's okay, I'll buy this. I guess this is where I'm supposed to go, question mark? Just a bit more ability. Oh hey! It's the doggo. Oh. Hey! I lassoed the rope to the other side, look! I'm looking at it. Hey, you there! Get that rope out of my way! Oh my... Hi, Susano. Susano? What's going on? My new secret technique, imploding barrel flying monkeys, was a flop. I ended up being washed downstream on this tree trunk. Here he comes, hold on to that fishing pole, kid. Are you sure? No wait, let go of it. No, you guys, I said let go. Bro. Wee. Oh. Amy, use your celestial brush. Quick. What am I trying to do? Oh, I think I know what to do. I cannot control my camera. Oh! Oh, okay, okay, so it's a reaction game, I think. I don't think I get it in time. It's so hard to see when there's like a lot. Ay, fuck! A lot of motion blur or some shit. Oh god. There, this tree, this tree. What? Oh my god, that's so hard though. Yes, please stick. Oh, for the love of God. One more, one more. Oh, I got it too late. Okay. Nice. Period timer not stopping or drawing. Yeah, I saw that on the corner. I was like, oh shit. Oh, oh. We got a bridge. Oh, I thought we were goners. Yeah, me too. Susano fixed bridge. Okay, Pinky, okay. But it all worked out. Just look at that new bridge. Yay. Did I do that? Susano did it. I gave up. That's right, Ishun. Ishun, watch your words. Ishun. It was all you, Ishun, watch your words. You don't know what you're saying, Ishun. I don't know what was eating you, but you'll never get anywhere in life running from adventure. You should thank your doggy for teaching you that. Ume, doggo. I couldn't have done it without you, Ume. Thanks. Aw. Nice doggo. Hey, where'd Pops go? I sure it would take more than that to kill the guy. He's bound to pop up somewhere again. Yeah, true. It's Susano. Why are you biting the ass? Why are you biting ass? What do you like? Meat? Oh, nice. There you go, Ume. Why ass? I did it, Ume, I did it! Now I know that I should never be afraid to accept new challenges. I just love using this fishing pole. Maybe I won't end up following in my dad's footsteps. Cool. Alright, off we go with this new a bridge clip. Oh shit. Ink bullet tips. Oh, there it is. Let me look at it. Travel guide. Drawing dots on enemies with a weapon capable of the ink bullet. Attack will transform your ink into holy projectiles. Remember that the more dots you draw, the more ink is consumed? Oh, that's what it is? We should try it. Takapass lies ahead. Great plains in the mountains. Let's prepare for the worst, but hope for the best. Well, let's get going, a big furball. Alright. Oh my god. How big is this game? Crazy. So, Takapass has been cursed too. I bet we'll find a withered guardian sapling around here. I'm pretty sure, yeah. New merchant? Hi. I mean, just notice a clip would contain the word ass. Would that be okay? Yeah, ass is fine. In my book, anyway. Tea Master. Oh, what's going to become of me now? That confounded cursed zone is causing all sorts of trouble. And my most precious tool of the trade has gone missing too. I just don't know how I'm going to make a living anymore. Oh man. No doubt this is the work of those mischievous moles. I bet they're the ones who stole from me. And on top of that, I have to put up with the awful cursed zone. Just making sure since you're sometimes doing stuff with Barbie. Oh, I'm pretty sure that's fine since it's still like my clip. I mean, so long as Barbie don't show my clip. Barbie don't clip you, right? Yeah, it's fine. I mean, I did swear a lot in my clips. Or in general. I wonder what becomes of Kusa village now. It's up on Mount Kamiji where the big windmill is. I hear some terrifying growls coming from the shrine there. And then ran down the mountains as fast as my legs would carry me. Then I realized that this area was all cursed too. I never imagined that monsters would come anywhere near us. It looks like the end of the world is finally here. Man, I wonder what becomes of Kusa village on Mount Kamiji. Terrifying growls. I was all cursed. I only had one little errand to run in Kusa, but now I can't even get past the city checkpoint to go home. How many new places has been mentioned here? 4? Holy shit, this game's huge! Nice face, by the way. Takapass is another place that's changed for the worse. It used to be so nice to relax in the divine wind up here, but now it's just stopped blowing altogether. That means I'm hardly doing any trades and talisman at all. We can't put ass into the title though. Any idea for the title without that? I assume you're clipping me biting that dog's behind. Sussy bite? Sussy bite. Sussy bite. Oh, sorry if I keep yawning. I guess I have to mention that I didn't sleep well last night. Oh, actually I did sleep well, just not enough. Keep waking up still. There aren't many travelers coming by selling things either. A fresh fish from Akata Forest would fetch a fortune right now, but there don't seem to be any good fishermen there anymore. Anyway, enough of my complaining. Been sent to buy something, Pooch? Yeah. You want fish? I have fish. Whoa! Sussy bite has been created. Sussy bite. Do I want to sell the fish? I'll give you killifish, how about that? There, I'll keep the giant salmon because I love it. I'm keeping all of these. No golden powder? Boo! Boo, I say. Can I use this one? Yeah? Am I stronger now? I've used Tonga. Yeah, sleep problem sucks. And it's been going on quite a while too. Remember when I said that I keep waking up at 5:28? Yeah, that shit's still happening for whatever reason. It's just kind of weird to me. It doesn't really stop. So yeah, even I'm confused about that. Demon Fang. You're somehow wired to wake up at that time? Yeah, that's the thing. Which I don't want to wake up at that time. I want to wake up at 8, not 5:28. the 8 placement is wrong. Get down. No demon thing? Maybe I messed up. Oh yeah, I forgot I have the dot thing. Ooh. To the famous tree cherry breeze. Tree, huh? I wonder if it's one of those saplings. Most likely, going in. There's a strong bomb. Oh my god, it's Waka again. Hark! The call of the heavens, the earth, the sea. They summon me forth to defeat evil. Yeah, buck at him. A Waka, the god's gift to man, is here. A bonjour. You again? You want to fight me again? I can now spawn 7 bombs instead of 6. Long time no see. Did you enjoy the little log adventure I prophesized? Oh, the log. What, you? Were you behind that near disaster? Moi? Of course not. I just had a fleeting glimpse of your future. You see, I have the power to see that which is yet to come. Even if it were something you would rather not know. The half-baked prophets at it again. If you're so great, then how come you didn't predict Orochi's return? Oh. What's wrong? Kick out your tongue? Actually curious about that. Excuse-moi? You say something, my little bouncing friend? Whoa, don't dodge the question. That's it. And by the way, I saw your battle with the spider lady. A rather clumsy attempt, I must say. How could a washed up old wolf like you possibly expect to save the world? So are you gonna do it? Ridiculous who? What? You were spying on our battle? And it never crossed your mind that you could help out? Oh, Waka's a bitch. Enough talk. There's only one way to settle this. Waka is such a bitch. Oh, Waka is such a bitch. Dodging questions and shit. Oh, you fucking pussy. That's it. That's it. I'm killing you. Oh shit. Get fucked. Not bad, my sherry. What do you mean not bad? You're all out of breath. What do you want anyway? Oh, I almost forgot. I have a question for you. Have you been to Lake Harami over on Shinshu Field yet? Well, how about a bit of shut the fuck up, I hate you? In the middle stands the moon cave where Orochi's spirit was trapped. I know that for a fact. A bear has blocked the entrance ever since Tsukuyomi was removed. Can you shut the fuck up about that already? I hate Waka so much right now. That means Orochi must still... Oh my god. Are you even... You're so in your own world. I want to get through the barrier and enter the cave. But I'll need the serpent crystal in order to do that. You wouldn't happen to know where I could find it, would you? Even if I do, I will not tell you a single thing about anything at all, Waka. It'll be a waste of my voice. Would you have to pull out your sword just to ask that? And would you want to visit Orochi's lair anyway? So then you do not know? Toribian. So that big windmill. Mumble, mumble, mumble. At any rate, I shall just have to find it myself. But before I bid you adieu, I have a prophecy for you. I foresee a doggone difficult quest. Au revoir, baby. That... I don't even care about your prophecy. Get the fuck out of here. As if that helps. Hey, Amy, let's try to beat Waka to that serpent crystal. I can't help feeling he's up to no good. Plus, we just might find a new celestial brush technique, too. Dude, I honestly abhor Waka.
It seems to be there a character you don't like.
Yeah, a character that's dodging the question when asked a valid question, and they just pull out a sword for no reason, and they just like wanting to fight you, but keep talking shit, and then it all bark no bite, right? That's the phrase. What a bitch. Like, if you want to talk all that shit, at least win against me. Or at least try your best. It's not just like, I'm using 10% of my power. I will never need 100% of the power to beat you. And then proceed to like, or something like that, you know. I just don't like that kind of character. You want an answer? How about you? Yeah, that. And then they were told the answer as well. As if they know everything. But they don't. Oh. What is that? Sasa Sanctuary? Oh, that's Akata Forest. Am I back? Ah, see, I got a Demon Fang out of it. Nice, good thing I remember. Bloom Fang, yay! So I do need to bloom it. Oh. I spy with my little eye a guardian sapling. I must fight for money. And also Demon Fang. Get down. Put a bomb on me. Nice. Get cut. Oh, I love the dodge so much, it's so good. Hi, Roxas. Nice. And I got maximum godhood back. Very, very nice. I remember these trees. Oh. My finger had a spasm just now. It's like nice too. Yeah, finger can do weird stuff at times. I don't know why it just suddenly spasm like I wanna fight. Oh yeah, let me try this. Whoa. It did like nothing. Oh, it did something. That's a little moisturize. Am I gonna get drowned? Oh shit. Although moisturize sounds good. Here, let me moisturize real quick. Made a very much use for ink bullet. It does seem kinda not that good. But it's cool that I get to just do this. You seem to have use for it? I don't know. It doesn't. I don't think I want to use that. Nice who? Leaf pile. We're making a leaf pile. There's a leaf pile just there. That's so good. Is that dragon? I think I saw the wagon. Oh, is this Shinshu field? I thought this is Taka Pass. Taka Pass is back to normal now. Without the cursed zone, it will be easier to find brush techniques. But first, that big windmill has really piqued my interest. Didn't that half-baked prophet mumble something about it? Ah, whatever, it's not going anywhere anyhow. Let's take a good look around Taka Pass, okay? I'm a bit worried about the people who live around here. True. Leaf pile. Cute burb. Cute burb. Cute burb. Oh, a little bit about Skyrim that I played last night. I found a new clove. Like a clove that I never worn before. I found a new one. I was like, oh my god, yeah! New drup! Nice. More ink for me. Going for that glass cannon build. Drip string. Uh-oh. Yeah, if you don't spam. If you don't spam, it will not block. Oh, that's right. Sleep on them. Sleep on them. Durr! This time I have a lot of herbs. Durr. Hey. Oh, there's one very far away. Where are we going? Where are we going? Oh, are we going to the windmill like this? I mean, I don't want to go to the windmill yet. Yeah, that's the Kusa village. Going to the scare? I love how the music is gone. And then it's just the wind noises now because I'm too high up. Nice. I will use that for 50 points to get 1 health. But then again, I want to save for, you know, I want to save getting more ink brushes. What? Amy, don't sleep, Amy. Amy, you're sleeping. Amy, Amy, why are you sleeping? I could try going there first. This one. No? What's the... Is the point just to get that tree clover? I mean, the tree clover is pretty good, but like... Oh, there's a treasure down there. I saw... Yeah, see that? Oh, okay. This is so not obvious. I mean, because of the object fade. Always trust the thingies. Tiger statue. What? One of the 13 zodiac treasures. It looks brave and bold. 13 zodiac? 鼠牛虎兔. Oh, 龙蛇马羊猴鸡狗猪. Wait, 鼠牛虎兔龙蛇马羊猴鸡狗猪. That's 16. 13? There has to be dragon in there. 3G. I came from here, right? Yeah, I came from here. Horse? Me not understand your words, but me guesses me agrees based on what me knows. Huh. I mean, Chinese zodiac has 16, I think, but why are you biting ass, Amy? So yeah, there's 16. 哎，鼠牛虎兔龙蛇马羊猴鸡狗猪，鼠牛虎兔龙蛇马羊猴鸡狗猪。Oh, that's only 12. So 12 zodiac signs, but then there's like 13. Which one am I missing? Thanks for the demon fang. I should get down. Yeah, this is the tree, right? Oh, okay. Oh, the render distance is so weird. I bet because of this I might have missed so many things.
Rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, goat, monkey, rooster, dog, and pig.
鼠牛虎兔龙蛇马羊猴鸡狗猪. Yeah, that's 12 of them.
Tikus, Lembu, Harimau,
Tikus, Lembu.
Arnab, Naga, Alar,
Naga,
Kuda,
yeah.
Kambing,
Naga in
Manya,
Malay is dragon.
I am Jonton, Anjin Dan
Interesting,
Bobby,
right? Interesting.
Rat, Buffle, Tigra, Lapin, Dragon, Serpent, Cheval, Chevra, Singe, Coke, Chien et Kochan.
What are those? Red Buffle, Tigre, Lapin, Dragon, Serpent, Cheval, Chevre, Singer, Ko, Chien, et Kochon. I don't know what that is. Did I hear pig?
Rat, Oz, Tidger, Conan, Drock, Slang, Hard,
Are you gonna
Geik,
hit me?
Op,
Oh,
Han, Hond
you
and
tried.
Barkin.
Eat up, tiger. Tiger's kinda cool. What? Tiger gone. Tiger sleepy. Don't worry about the tiger. I'll take care of this. Too quick. The more combat I do, the more satisfying it feels. You beat them in the behind until they arrive. Yeah. It's an interesting interest. Interesting. Yeah, if I spam, it just does that. Oh. Oh, that works. I can spray ink on them. Nice. Oh, hi. Hey, stop right there. How dare you walk around our turf without permission? I won't let you get away with it. I'm Molly of the Molsters. Uh-huh. Molster leader Molly. All of the territory beneath Taka Pass is under our control. We can't just allow people to come wandering in as they please. Well, joke's on you, I ain't people. I'm white in-brush-tailed doggo. How are we supposed to relax with intruders like you around? I'll have to get you to leave some of that behind to make up for it. You know what I mean, the gold-colored thing used in shops? Huh? I get it, you're just a pack of thieves extorting money. Well, pigs will fly before you shake us down. We should teach you a lesson. You got some nerve. Fine, if that's the way you want it, you'll regret this. Come on, man! Monsters, the Special Dust Club formation! Oh shit. Whoa. It would take a lot more to that to hurt me. If I want to fight, let's fight properly. Guess I have to follow you, huh? Trying to pick a fight, are you? Then try this on for size. Oh, whoa. Oh. Wait, what the fuck? You ain't got the best of us yet. Okay, the line doesn't make sense. No way, right? The line doesn't make sense. The line's lying. This is RNG. This is RNG. This is actually RNG. I hate this. This is stupid. Guess I have to wait until wait in the hall. See? The line was going here. The line is going here. Oh, you're right. Ugh. I don't understand it. How do you manage to stand up to our special dust cloud trick? Special dust cloud trick. Well, I've been tricked because it's RNG. The line doesn't make sense. Hey, enough of hard-headed Amy. They'll teach you. Don't mess with the gods for face. Crime doesn't pay, remember that. I expect you guys to stay on the straight and narrow now. Can I talk a little bit about crime doesn't pay? I mean, since I've been watching a lot of like scam baiters, like Kid Boga, Scammer Payback, those kind of stuff, you know, Trilogy Media, you know, those kind of stuff. A lot of scamming involved. And according, yeah, just have to be smart. That's the thing. Has to be smart. Crime pays so much. Scam calls pays for multiple millions. And I'm not even exaggerating. They are scamming out of poor old people's retirement funds, and they took it without mercy. It's like, huh. I mean, crime does pay, but if you get caught, well, that's the other story. But if you don't get caught, well, crime does play a lot. But I do not condone any kind of scamming, right? I do not condone. In fact, I fucking abhor those who scams, alright? We get paid for thousands of social engineering and education. Hi, Crip. They cause in guilt and fear. Yeah. But are they in guilt and fear though? I don't know about those scammer calls. Are they in guilt or fear? I don't think they are in guilt and or fear. Yeah, they don't seem to mind those as much. They don't. They revel at the amount of money they got. It's kind of insane. Well, that's about the crime stuff. It's just recently I've been watching a lot of Kid Boga videos, and it's like the scammers have no remorse. Like there was one video where Kid Boga like trying to be the perfect scam, perfect victim, you know. And then as an old granny, and then Kid Boga is like crying and like pleading for like don't yell at me and stuff like that as an old woman now. But then it's like the scammer is like shut up, I don't care. It's like, oh my god, holy shit, that's an old people you're yelling at, holy shit. So yeah, it's kind of fucked. The most unhinged me heard was that someone shot shopkeep over about what the fuck? They shot? Oh, damn. I do know the difference between right and wrong. It's just that, well, I was lonely. No matter how long I wait down here, no one comes to see me. That's why I behaved the way I did. I just wanted to get your attention, that's all. Please, White Doggy, will you be my friend? I promise I'll behave myself from now on, honest. You're just what I need, Doggy. If you stay, then I won't have to be lonely anymore. This is just getting stranger by the minute. I know I shouldn't show my feelings like this. I'll go back underground now and shed my tears in private. I suppose it's goodbye then. I'll make a visit soon, won't you, Doggy? Not even threatening, just grab stuff, shoot and walk away. Holy shit. What even is this? People call me a hoarder, so... I mean, a hoarder is nothing to do with crimes. What kind of hoarding? Money, coin collection, data? Some don't value the life of others. Yeah, that's the thing. It's so fucked sometimes. I don't know what am I holding on. Is that honey? Did you know batteries grow on the ground? No, I don't. Granny? Whoa, what the fuck? Hi. Mrs. Cutter? Oh, are you gonna kill me? There's something behind- What? There's something behind you! After major football events such as the World Cup, these battery grows on the ground. I must have been missing a lot of things. Huh. I was just looking for something tasty to put in my pot. You do nicely, little mutt. What the fuck? The horrible Mrs. Cutter! You should keep us going until my husband catches us a big beast. Why am I here? Why am I here? Why am I here? Why am I here? Stay away from the pot, furball. That smell nasty. The colors faded on this patch of floor. Oh. It's all rotted, like it's been exposed to the element. I wonder if there was a hole in the roof or something. Hole in the roof? What for? Yes, I call littering growing. I have 100 batteries now. I never heard of that. I never heard of littering being referred to as growing. It's like first time. Some of them is getting turned into slime via track. What? A little bit too cryptic of the language here, I think. Do I like... No? Guess not. Oh shit! Oh hey! Maybe a bomb. Aha! What's the point though? What the wreck? The shine shining through a hole in the roof. That's one big hole. I bet you could even see the moon through it at night. But there's no place to be talking about gazing at the moon. Is it not? Do I need to draw a sun? Guess not. Droxen, am I good today because I didn't make noise? Yeah, I mean... I guess. People pretty much collect bottles and not much else. There it is. Whoa! That's a big knife. That's a big knife. Oh damn, I am not messing with that. Strangers not welcome? Huh. So I guess they're just inherently like that, huh? Doggo? Oh my god, Doggo! You're so small. You're so small, look at you, oh my god! Missy, you learn from the key situation, keeping the mushroom with you at all times. Yeah. To Kusa village? Oh. Do I want to go to Kusa village? I was thinking maybe at some point I can draw the moon, question mark? You shouldn't keep mentioning about moon when I was in the Mrs. Cutter house. Yeah, only time will tell. Another Kitty statue. Kitty. Oh, hey. Maybe I should give this one a bomb. Oh, time is too slow? Shit.
B crypt 1 fox 2 middle bounce B crypt 1 fox 2
Middle
middle bounce
bounce?
B crypt 1 fox 2 middle bounce B crypt 1 fox 2 middle bounce.
Middle bounce. New animated emotes? Nice. It's so wonderful that the mermaid spring has come back to life. Maybe it's thanks to the legendary powers of the mermaids. Have you heard the story? The springs like a path to them. Sometimes they come up from the bottom of the ocean. There are other springs just like this all across Nippon. The mermaids come up to the ground to visit their favorite places. See, part of the water's surface is shining faintly. If you throw a mermaid coin in there, the path will open up. Mermaid coin? Is the one on my mouth a mermaid coin? Doesn't feel like mermaid coin. Oh yeah, that's a painting, isn't it? Keeping something in your open mouth for a bunch of minutes becomes tiring. Oh yeah, totally. Oh. Oh, is it a dragon horse? Or just horse, I think. Oh, there's treasure there. Oh boy. Dragon horse. It doesn't look like a dragon horse, to be honest. Oh, to me, it just looks like a horse. That's it. It doesn't have too much of a dragony feature. For me, anyway. I don't see any other, like, blossoms like that. I cannot seem to step on this thing as well. Yeah, maybe not then. Oh, duh. 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 Must feed dirt. Are you dead? I love how whenever I do or bomb them, they just they wouldn't cease to exist. I don't know why I'm bullying them. Oh! Oh, they're so needlessly loud. Oh, too quick? Oh, I'm almost at 100k yen. 100k though. That's a lot of shiny. Monkey. See? Okay. Monkey is like omnivore, isn't it? Monkey eats anything. Need pocket change. It's all coins. In 100k. Oh, that doesn't look good. Oh, that doesn't look good. Okay. Yikes! Yikes! What's this creepy evil atmosphere in this village? That's the equivalent of people who pay in 1 cent coins. It should be similar amount of shiny. There's no cursed zone here, but I definitely sense evil. My ink! It's going down! My ink is going down. Hi. Of all the luck! I wanted to do some trading over at Gale Shrine, but it's been taken over by some monster and it's panic all around. Oh well, I suppose I just have to make the best of it now. Have you been sent here to do some shopping for your master? Yeah. Oh, reflector mark indelibly with the loop of infinity judges evil. Souvenir from the famous windmill in Kusa village. Gold dust. Your ink has no power here. Your blood has no power here. Good quote, good quote. Also, I can buy this. Is there a weapon? There's a weapon, right? Alright, that's all I'm gonna buy. Dragonfly bead. It has dragon in it. Wooden bear, I'll take it, it's cute. Base cell. Incense burner, I don't like. Lecria set, I'm
Cat JAM, Cat JAM, Cat JAM.
I'm saving these. Cat JAM. I guess that's all I'm gonna buy. Yeah. Do I have a new weapon? Oh my god, I have a new weapon. Judge's Evil. If I make this double sub. Double reflector.
What time is it? It is Cat JAM.
Oh shit. Whoa, that's so cool. It gets sucked in. No go furball. Your celestial brush ain't gonna work in evil power this strong. Oh boy. I gotta become Naked. Hi, M dog. I was talking so much today that my throat is as dry as bone. I'll talk out the storm tomorrow too. No one gossips better than me. What? I can't get on with this at all. I'm trying to collect my harvest, you see, but only Mr. Bamboo Baskets can hold enough of it. Have you been to this house yet, pup? He lives there in the village. People come from far and wide to buy his work. He's a real master. But he suddenly stopped making anything. He said he just can't get a hold of any decent bamboo anymore. Come to think of it. Did you come across a slightly ramshackle house at the Taka Pass? The old couple there were the last ones to order bamboo ware. Apparently, they suddenly had to have a bird cage made for them. They've always hated animals, so I wonder why they want a pet now. Oh. Isn't this ill omen? Like, isn't this thing ill omen? I just want to look at it. Yeah, that thing. I don't know why. Alright. Oh. I'm naked. Gosh, I'm naked now. Alright. There has to be something to do with those dolls out there. Hi. Thanks for the foob. I wonder if the flower bed is coming back to life yet. It used to be full of flowers, all thriving on the fountain water. But then the wind stopped, and the water dried up, and now... by watering them every day, I have to get them blooming again. Wow, kid. The flowers were so pretty here, but now it looks like it's filled with dead grass. So I need to... before I become naked, I have to do something? I was shedding so much during the day that I lost my voice. I need to give it a rest now. Ooh. It's too shy to be looked at? Yeah. See? Oh yeah, but my brush power is no good. Brr! The bird's alive. Oh, what now? A wolf? Another non-paying customer is all I need. That guy who came the other day has been a complete disaster. I let him stay because he claims he's the descendant of Nagi. Oh my god, is Susano here? But he's hardly a monster killer. He sleeps in the woods all day. And he makes an awful noise crying out in his sleep at night. Maybe you could try chasing him out for me? Alright, Susano. Why your ink not empty yet? Oh, I went to the save point just now. Hi, anyone here? I'm a dog. I'm a dog. I'm Nikki now. Yeek! You're supposed to knock first. I'm knocking. Can't you wait until I'm done? I was knocking. Now I'm truly a dog. Whoa, even the leaves are like dead. You see that? Whoa, that's attention to detail. Oh my god, I never noticed that. Is it because I'm out of power, or is it because this place is dead? I wanna do a test. If it's because of this area, then that's very clever. Yeah, it's still dead grass, alright. Oh, it is because of this place. Oh my god. Dude, even the flowers are all dead, like. Okay, I cannot use my power. Hi. Princess Fuse? Oh, this is most unfortunate. I have been possessed in a momentary lapse in vigilance, and I was trying so hard to defend this village. Now I shall be reduced to a horrid cursed zone. I lost my strength. It wanes. All is lost. Not really? Oh shit. Oh. I can just cut it down, right? I mean, it's a layang. Oh, I can use my power here. Yes, they cannot. We did it? Huh? Have I been free from the evil curse? You've saved me, but I do not know how. What the heck happened, sweetness? Oh, are you familiar with my family, the Satomi house? No, I can see now that you are not. Still, you may be of great service to me, yet will you not listen to what I have to say? Oh my god, Ishun, please. I am Priestess Fuse, Priestess of the Gale Shrine. Oh, hey. The Gale Shrine stands atop Mount Kamiji. Kazegami, the god of wind, is enshrined there. The wind blowing down from there keeps the monsters away. Known as the Divine Wind, it is venerated as our protector. However, it suddenly stopped blowing one day, and that has allowed the monsters to sneak into our village. Even I, the last remaining priestess here, was nearly slain. The horrible monster is behind all of this. Exorcist. Good achievement, Will you hear the rest of my story? There is only one explanation for why the Divine Wind stopped. It is that horrible monster Crimson Helm. The beast now dwells within the Gale Shrine. The monsters in this area have all been under Crimson Helm's control ever since he appeared in Taka Pass 100 years ago. My people, the Satomi House, keepers of the Gale Shrine, have been battling the beast and his minions ever since. But last year the fiends attacked and killed the head priest while he was weakened by sickness, and the Gale Shrine fell into their hands. I remember hearing that story. It was big news in these parts. If only I could vanquish Crimson Helm and free the Gale Shrine. But I am no match for the evil barrier that now bars entry. There's only one hope now. Only the warriors who serve the Satomi House can right this wrong. The Satomi Canine Warriors? The Satomi Canine Warriors have protected the shrine and served the Satomi House for ages, but alas, they are now scattered throughout Nippon. If we could bring them together again, they could break the barrier and retake the shrine. Really? Then why don't we just summon these puppies on back? I have already tried, but I have yet to receive any word of their coming.
Toot toot, canine warriors.
Toot toot. I sense their presence nearby, but have yet to find them. What if they were attacked and injured, or even worse? I beg you, will you please sniff out their whereabouts? You might find this useful. Oh, hey. Canine tracker? Oh, I got a GPS? I sense 5 of the Satomi Canine Warriors here in this village. They are a temperamental bunch and don't take kindly to strangers. But they should return to me once they see the canine tracker. The canine tracker will guide you in their direction. Please use it along with your strength and to find them. Leave it to us. We'll get them back without a scratch. I'm not gonna say the word, Ishun. I don't like you. Can't wait to see how she thanks us, Emmy. Oh my god. We have to find the doggo. Oh, I can use my power now. One hour sleep screws with balance, don't recommend. Oh my god. Did you sleep for only 1 hour? What are those? Are you a raccoon? Yeah, I don't recommend 1 hour of sleep as well. Even I'm sleepy right now. Oh, it's you. Hi. Komuso. Ah, you're the white wolf I saw back in Kamiki village. I'm traveling the land to spread the good teachings of Buddha. There seem to be so many places in need of guidance. I can feel it here too, a sense of coldness in the air. You have to be on the alert at times like now, behind you! Nice too. Too many streamer? Yeah, I get that. Humans are not witness to such battles, but I saw it! The fighting went on for exactly 26 seconds. It's Doggo! Do they talk? Hi. What the dog doing? Hmm? I think he's trying to say something. Let me listen carefully. I can understand some animals. It's wagging its tail. Bet it's that canine tracker you got there. Hmm? What's that? Give us some food, I'm hungry. Sheesh. We just made it's begging for food? What terrible manners. What food do you want? Oh, okay. I am full. My master, Princess Fuse, has summoned me. However, I didn't want to go straight home. You hear that, Amy? That means this dog's one of those Satomi canine warriors. Ray? Now that my stomach is full, I will return to my master. You hear that, Amy? Yeah, I did. The way Princess Fuse talk about them, I thought they were human. You think these flea bags are gonna be any help? Well, more help than you, Ishun. Hi, Fang. Hope you're doing good. Oh, wait, I think it's above. We might stay up the shopping. Oh, bamboo shoot. Crunchy and tasty vegetables. Feels astral pouch a good deal. I feel sleepy as well. Like, just because recently I didn't really sleep well, but I don't know. Feed seed. Where's Susano? The host said there was Susano around. Wanna see? I don't see Susano anywhere. Oh, there it is. Speaking of, oh yeah, Fang does stream. No, not that. By the gods, I vow to. Me, you won't ever. Hmm? It's Susano. He's one tenacious dude. Wonder what he's doing here. I bet he's having a nightmare about getting beat up by monsters. He seems rather frantic. It would be funny if he weren't so sad. Oh. That dream again. Is there no escape? I thought by coming to the village. Hey there, Pops, wandering around in your dreams too? Must be nice to be able to nap in the middle of the day like that. Greatest warrior ever, my foot! Poochie, a little bug. Oh, here to disturb my meditation again? Even in my dreams, I'm hard at work devising strategies for defeating that crimson something or other. I came here to pray for victory at the Gale Shrine, but lo and behold, that crimson something or other occupies the shrine. Well, with my invincible sword, there's no need to pray, but mankind's fate rests with me. I must be fully prepared. First, I must sit here and come up with a well thought out plan. Now where was I? Plan? Yeah, right. This is your excuse to sleep? Yeah, call him out, Ishun. Call him out. Yeah, call him out, Ishun. It's gone. Bye, Susano. We're supposed to say no leaving the town until you find Susano. I did it! I found Susano. He suffered from bad dream. True. But then again, I'm just bonking him. Let me buy some meat feedback. Yeah, I need more meat. I don't see a dog, but I do see this little girl. Oh yeah. Dog! Must bite. What the dog doing? Must have been that canine tracker you have. What's that? Give me some food, I'm hungry. What is this feedback thing we're gonna feed them? Okay, okay, you want food? Nah. Dog, kid, dragon, what's the difference? Oh, huge difference. Dragon's way harder than the earlier two. I am full. Shin. Now that my stomach is full, I will return to my master. Can you believe these guys? Maybe. Hi, kid. They're out, they're out. The flowers are out. I gave them water every day, you know. I'll keep on watering them too, for as long as it takes. Nice, you go, kid. The logic is kinda weird. We are not coming back to our master until a stranger has fed us. Yeah, how does master feed them again? If they don't go back, I don't know. Yeah, how do they not starve? What? Are you the dog? Is there a dog here? It would be funny if the dog is here. No, dog's not here. What do you mean? Me question that so much more now that me's older. Understand? It's literally inside. I don't know what that means. Buy canine warrior? Well, it's not there. If it is, I will buy them. Jump down? I cannot jump down. Cannot be up there. Hey, you wreck my show if you're not careful. I don't care, I'm gonna bonk. I'll cut your shop. I'll bomb your shop. Give me the dog right now. Give me the dog. Give me the dog. Give me the dog, I will destroy your livelihood. Give me the dog. What? There's no way I have to leave town. There's no way. Oh, that is stupid. Well then. This is a funnel that uses wind power to draw water. Oh, hi Cheesecake. Too bad it's not working now. Look how the ground's all dried up. I bet all we need is a good strong wind to draw some water up. You gasping, Cheesecake? You gasping? Nope. Uh-oh. This is... What the fuck? Dog's not here. Cheesecake stinky. Oh, cheesecake so stinky. No. A few guests were too deep. What the fuck? It's literally pointing at the fucking merchant. This is something we haven't had in a while. Gibby? Uh-oh. Broken Gibby? Broken Gibby? Gib, 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 gib. Oh, he sounds like Yip. Oh my god, Gib sounds like Yip. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, what the fuck, man? I cannot just jump down? Oh, that is absolute bullfuck. What a pickle I'm in? Hmm? Oh, what a cute wolf. Oh my god. I'm in a pickle right now, Wolfie. I'm a craftsman and I work with bamboo, so you can see. But I can't get any to work on right now. Oh, I shouldn't burden you with my problems, Wolfie. It's Grandpapa. Boy, there must be some big pickle if you're confiding in the wolf. Hello there, little sprite. Here to listen to an old man ramble? I always get the bamboo over the Sasa Sanctuary in Taka Pass. But I haven't been able to get in there lately. The Sparrow clan suddenly closed the entrance to Sasa Sanctuary. So, oh, how I do wish I could craft my bamboo ware. I'm an old man and it's all I have left. To make matters worse, the festival is just around the corner. I usually stay on my work there, but I'm running out of time. Oh, it ain't the end of the world, Grams. Well, we've got ourselves mixed up in now, Amy. Bye. I wish I could stay, but I'm sleepy and I can finally have a good sleep for once. Ooh, nice. Good sleep is always nice. I'm still trying to get that good sleep once in a while. It's been a while since I last had one. But I hope you had good sleep, Cheesecake. Thanks for stopping by. It's good seeing you two, such lovely beings. You're the lovely beings. I saw you playing 7 days today. Hope it went well for you. Even though I saw that it's like day 100 or something, and then you are in like double barrel shotgun, I think. That's a little bit rough. But I still hope you had fun. That's a major bamboo right there. That Mr. Bamboo really must love his work. Do I cut it down? Sorry. Wake up! What the dog doing? Cheesecake dragged that a lot. Yeah, I saw as well. I was like, oh god, that's tough. It's fun, but it's a bit iffy because there was so much lag at the end. Yeah, I saw that as well. Must be tough. But still, I'm glad you had fun. Can I drag her? Yeah, that's the right one. Thanks, Pinky. You actually sound like a dog. The weather is not helping. I feel even more sleepy than usual. Why am I so sleepy today? Ow. But I throw Barnaby using a stun baton and electrocute him. Nice. A troll is always fun. Chi, so this one is the brain of the team. Now that my stomach is full, I will return to my master. Alright, bye. Oh. 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 That's a... Now cut that out, you get that tummy ache eating stuff like that. Will I? That was the chaos you heard? I only stopped by for a little bit because I just reached home and it's like, oh, cheesecake is still streaming. It's like, oh my god. Now it's like way above. Burp. Actually, chicken. Chimkin. Chimkin. Guys, I feel like I might want to end early today. But not now lah, but slightly earlier than usual. I just keep yawning and I don't think, oh my god, yeah. Yep. Yep. I keep yawning today, I feel so bad. Sorry. This rarely happens to me. Oh my god. Oh man. And later both teams merged together and it was just us playing either the stun baton. It was so funny when we ragdoll. After I hit the bird and it flew across the map. Yeah. Gonna love the ragdoll. If that's ragdoll, you know I love the game. Bonk. It's a nice chest. Sleep well. Let me find all the dog and see what am I gonna do afterwards. Honestly, don't get me wrong, I'm enjoying this game a lot. It's just that sleep has been not well to me lately. Oh, you look like the one just now. Meetings also became sort of slideshow towards the end. Yeah, I saw that. What the dog doing? Call? Oh. Alright. Feed, eat, feed, eat. Eat, feed. Eat, feed. There you go, you're welcome. I will now return to my master. Ko Chi Xin? Ko Chi Xin? The first one I forgot. Hey Amy, how much this canine warrior does this make? Maybe we should go talk to Princess Fuse now? Actually, it's called Princess Fuse. But man, now I want chip with hot sauce on top. Now I just want foob. Foob. Foob sounds good.
Princess Fuse equals Princess in Sichuan.
Princess in Sichuan? Oh hi. Whoa, you're the pissed one. You're the oldest one too. Hey Amy, that Fleabag's giving you the evil eye. I think you noticed the canine tracker you got there. What's that? My master, Princess Fuse has summoned me. But first I wish to try out the skills I've honed on my journey. You hear that, Amy? Princess Fuse forbids me to join in fruitless battles. But I want you to prove your right to bear the canine tracker. Why you got a lot of nerve picking a fight with us? Well, bring it on, Fleabag. Yeah, bitch. Only one right answer. Don't know who this Fleabag thinks he is, but he's in for a surprise. Let's be fair, alright? It's just a dog. Don't use bombs, alright? Don't use bombs. Tigo. Ooh, combos. Teabag. Teabag. A worthy opponent, I see. Let us fight where we have more room. You hear that, Amy? Sounds like fun. This time we'll be playing for keeps. Bring it on, Fleabag. You're gonna wish you went straight back to Princess Fuse when we're done with you. Hey wait, if he's been summoned by the princess then, maybe this is another one of the Satomi Canine warriors. Yeah, well, Ishun, Tei, I am done toying with you. Now you shall feel the wrath of the Satomi power orb. Oh, Tei? I thought I heard something out here. You two aren't fighting, aren't you? Huh? Fighting? Of course not, just some friendly wrestling. Hi Gremlin, I can actually play this game softly on the piano. Nice. Seems pretty fun. Quite a fair bit of it. Nice. Gosh, it's been too long since I last played piano. I'm so lazy, I don't even think I want to play piano anymore. Although I do want to play piano, but... I don't know. Well, at least now we have 5 of the Satomi power orbs. But you have the naughty doggies! Yeah, naughty doggies! Reese's Puff, Reese's Puff! Eat them up, eat them up! Why'd you not come home immediately when I summoned you? Hey princess, what's with those Satomi power orbs? Each Satomi Canine warrior bears an orb of a different virtue. Yeah. The Satomi power orbs are the Satomi house's greatest treasure. I need the orb's power to break Crimson Hell's barrier. But the canine warriors never listen when I summon them back. Yeah. And 3 of them have yet to be accounted for. I fear something may have happened to them. 所以什么忠孝信周孝信帝 仁义杂志. Okay. Hey, what's that look, lady? Oh, I get the hint. We'll find the rest of them too. After all, I said we get them all back without a scratch. Wonderful! I'll be forever grateful. I know the general locations of the remaining 3 canine warriors. I shall mark them on your map. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! You piece, that is... Excuse you, I have to go back to... Oh! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god, that is... Oh! Isn't that back to where I was? Oh my god. It's just telling me to go back to almost Shinshu Field. Might as well go back to Kamiki Village, don't I? Andomika being called out for being a naughty doggo. I didn't say that. It was the girl, not me. It was Princess Fuse. You have the canine tracker. They shall return here once you have shown it to them. That is, if they not have been injured, or even worse. Please hurry! We must get the power-ups and break the barrier. Oh my god, do I want to get all the dogs? Oh, what the fuck, man? Anyone help with chores? Alright, Pinky. Thanks for lurkies. Well, well, well. Holy fucking shit. How about this? How about this? You know what? Let's play more. I kinda thought kobolds were cave critters. How come this one got first one? Hey, I mean, all kinds of kobolds are out there, Gremlin. There are all kinds of different kobolds out there. This one just happens to be a forest one. Let's play Curse of the Dead Gods again, because I want a bit of a run back to that game. Yesterday was a little bit salty. This time a different girl. I'm gonna get him. Let's play some Curse of the Dead Gods, alright? I think this game's a little bit slow paced to me, and it's like, love the game, but maybe I need some fast paced game to make me not fall asleep. Look, I'm so sleepy today. Oh, actually these days. Didn't get enough sleep, that's what I'm trying to say. But all good. Okay, let's open up Curse of the Dead Gods. I'm gonna play Curse of the Dead Gods for a little bit. Let me just change the title real quick, alright? Maybe I should open up the game as well. There. Oh my god. Wait, my PC is dying. I regret. I regret. It is back at... Oh my god. Changing this, cause... Nice. There, found it. Alright, it is changed. All good. I'm back. Gonna try again. Oh, give me a moment. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna open up the lights and close the window real quick. It's getting a little bit dark. Probably gonna rain soon. Probably. Mbaku. Okay, let me remember how to play this game again, alright? With sword, with gun, with two-handed, with O, with combos. Sound effects still pretty cool. With small bonk, stiff bow. This one? Whip, claws, broken longsword, heavy, two-handed with. Ooh. Is this? Oh, this one is bonk. And then I have the whip. I have the schmick. Alright, it is. Oh wait, I have 5 blood emblems. So that means I can open up some of the blood emblems? Oh wait, no. No? No? What do I do with blood emblems? I don't know. Alright, going in. I'm gonna run back. Gosh, I'm sweating like crazy though. Today's kinda hot. Let's see, relic, attributes. I can get relic and then attributes or gold attribute. Gold attribute, gold attribute, gold. Unknown, gold. Upgrade. Gold unknown attribute. Weapon, gold, relic, attribute. I think sticking to the right seems good. Oh yeah, also let me change my... just a second, let me change my position a little bit, alright? I'll be here a little bit in the middle because there's the corruption value that you guys need to take a look at. So that you guys know what's up with the corruption stuff. Yeah? There, hopefully I'm not blocking the corruption now. Right, let's go to gold, unknown attribute, weapon, gold, relic, attribute. It's still kind of weird to me that I keep waking up at 5:28 exactly. It's been almost like a month that this keeps happening. Okay, light is good. Schmick. 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 Too far. There we go. Nope. Okay, roll is right trigger. Left trigger is parry. Okay, okay. Need to slowly remember. I'll take it. I mean, I'm not doing fire damage yet. Oh, nice. This one's good. Schmick. 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 Mmm, a good schmick. Get whipped. Didn't mean to do that. Get schmicked. Nice, nice, nice. Any more treasure that I'm missing? Hmm. Guess not. Okay, stick to the right. Oh. Ooh, there's so much gold. We're rich. We're rich. Oh my god. Okay, so I'm not blocking the... I'm only blocking the money and divine favor. Okay, that's not a big deal. I mean, I can kind of update you guys with the money I have and the divine favor I have. One divine favor only. Man, I'm gonna get 2 attributes. Like games like this, I always love going for attributes. Like the passive. Schmick. Oh shit. Still got this. Dang, I saw no money just now. I might have missed it. Oh. Oh, nice. Nice, get schmacked. Oh crap. Oh man, that was 20 corruption. Oh my god, that's so much. There's like a 1 room worth of corruption. Oh man. It's fine. All good. All good. All good. Yeah, also it feels like today's connection is kind of janky. Probably because, I mean, there's a planned power outage today. My area was mentioned, but no power outage happened here, so guess I'm kind of lucky. But then again, I feel like the other places must have gotten like power outage, so that's why today's connection is a little bit janky. Raging Temple. Spilled the lock. Oh my god. Spilled the lock controls the several of the gods he has defeated. The champions, their watchers, their hopes, and their fate. All Jaguar statues now trigger fireballs. Oh shit. That's kinda scary. I can really use that for my advantage. too far. No. Me first. That's good. Dagger. Hammer? Bomb? Lamp oil. Rope? Bomb? And charge that weakens enemies. For point of perception against burning enemies. I mean, I don't think I have anything that I can deal burn yet, but I think this is a good weapon. Let's use this one. The big bonk. Yeah, let's get more gold. I need more gold.
Yo yo yo. Tita Ada power outage ma?
T-Duck A there? No power outage. I mean, but the connection is kind of janky today. I keep noticing that I'm getting a lot of drop frames today. A lot more than the usual streams. 0.9% drop frames out of like so much. Usually it goes from around 0.1 to 0.2%, at most 0.3. Today is 0.9. And the bitrate constantly goes down a little bit, so it's like, yeah, probably because of the power outage plan thing, I don't know, which causes this. But yeah, no power outage over here lah. Oh boy. Maybe they're doing something but no need to shut down the power? Probably. Just maybe affect the thing a little bit. Bonk. 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 Yeah, at least I get to play games today. Hunting axes against weakened enemies? Nah, I'll heal. I mean, I was ready too, right? I was charging on my phone. I was charging on the power bank. If power outage does happen, at least at least I can play this light, right? I can play this light for like 4 hours, maybe more, like an early warning just in case it happened. True. It's always good to be prepared and also be informed about stuff like that, because if stuff like that just happens out of nowhere, I bet no one likes that. Like, shit whack. Bonk! 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 Mmm. Oh. My jam too. Oh yeah, I'm taking this. It's a healing source. I'm gone. Honestly, it's just a scan, but like, it's a little bit expensive, but people do it for the music. And I'm glad, because I like the music. It's very groovy. Nice scan, by the way. Slow scan can produce a much more chaotic result. 200k points. You rich? We're rich. You're rich. I have 8 points. Oh my god. Oh fuck. It's okay, I got money. Bonk! 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 Oh, buck. Bonk! Woohoo! Mm. Nice. The bonk, though. The bonk? The bonk? The bonk? This is relic. Gains obtained when offering a gear object to the gods are increased by 66%. What does that even mean? Obsidian fragments. 45% against weakened enemies. Oh, that is good with my bonk, I think. Base damage for shields. 4 constitution. I'm buying this one. It's a bit pricey, but I think it's good. It's mine, thank you. That pair of the bonk, because this one guarantees weakened state. So yeah, I think it's a good combo. Oh yeah, Tingja, you're working today? It's Saturday, right? God, I'm more sleepier than ever. Really need to get some good sleep someday. Okay, let's just keep waking up at 5:28 for whatever reason. Bonk! I thought I used that for a dodge. Bonk! Oh, damage. Also, me playing this light is like... It's been 14 days? It's been like 2 or 3 weeks. About 2.5 weeks, I believe. Still on my way trying to get Daylon to no avail. But hopefully someday I'll get Daylon. Because Daylon, my beloved. Oh, it's a choice. Oh, it's not a choice. Bonk. 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 Sleep late? It's not necessarily sleep late. Albeit I do sleep a little bit later than usual, but like for about almost a month now that I keep waking up at this very exact 5:28 in the morning. Like almost a month. So I don't know how to explain that. It's very weird to me. And then once I woke up at that point, it's like kind of hard to sleep back in. Yeah, it's very weird. Like it's I'm not remotely mad about it at any point. No, it's just I just feel very. At first I was a little bit fascinated by it, but now it's just a little bit annoyed. Body clock, but the time is too exact. Yeah, too exact. Exactly 5:28 in the morning. Like I'm not even exaggerating. Every day, it's kind of funny in a way, but also not funny because my sleep is getting verbernucked. Alright, champion of Jaguar. Okay. Bonk! Bonk! Bink! Bonk! 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 No! Bonk! 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 Woo! Get out of here, get bonked. That's right. Raging Temple is gone. Obsidian Bracelet. Increased weaken effect duration by 2 seconds. I'll take it. Mega Bonk. 30% chance to inflict poison damage. Plus 30% damage when in darkness. Oh, it's way better. I'm taking this one. Since I've always been fighting in the darkness, so I think it's fine. Healing? I don't need healing. So gold, gold, relic. Gold, relic? Okay, so only one attribute. Yeah, only one attribute available. Gold, relic, weapon, attribute. Unknown relic. And or weapon. Maybe, I mean, I do make a 5 maybe just take it for body automated response, but it's affecting you a lot. Then maybe you can Google? Probably. Dancing flames? Dancing flames. There is much in common between the pretender and flame. They are both driven by a hunger to consume all within their grasp. Flamethrower traps activate automatically if you stand in front of them. Oh shit, that's kinda scary. Why is it all about traps that I got the corruption? Maybe I can Google about it. Or it's just that declining mental health is affecting me. I don't know. It's only my theory. Right? It's only a theory. I have no idea. Mega bonk. That's right. Bonk. Bing. Bang. So probably something that bugged you for a while, but you're also probably just gotten used to waking up at that time. Ooh, probably. There's so many possibilities. Maybe I had to like keep in mind about those kind of things, I guess. Your main weapon deals crit damage for 2 seconds. While stamina is depleted, if main weapon is a mace. Oh, I mean, shield is good for parrying, but now I've been using bonk. I'll take this, right, for like a better weapon. Maybe I should try to investigate this further. Against weakened enemies, should I? Let's replace this one. Guess I'm playing by the weakened state. Blood? Oh shit. Bonk! Mega bonk. Ooh. Oh my god, I can't roll in time. Lightning attacks. I'd rather get 2 constitution, I guess. Or maybe this one. Because there's 3 perception. I can get the 3 perception. But then again, 30% to lightning attack doesn't... I'll offer and get 2 constitution. Oh, it's this piece of shit again. This is the thing that killed me yesterday. So what? This is like I have to speedrun? Alright, all good. Need more gold. No more money? Oh, I thought it was too early. Gonna love that sweet, sweet damage. Oh! Nice. Gonna destroy the temple. Here we bonk. 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 Fuck, you're too late. Bonk. Nice. New bonk. No, it's not that good. I'll get gold for this. Fire attacks? Oh yeah, why not? Relic upgrade? No, if I go relic and upgrade, I cannot get attributes. I can get the left attribute then? Okay, relic upgrade heal. Relic upgrade heal attribute relic. Okay. That's kind of cool. Oh, I need to kill the big ones. Bonk! Too far. Nope. Nice! Gold offerings remove 10 corruption. 10 corruption plus 3 dexterity. Actually, I'll replace this one. That was too close for comfort. Bonk! Get bonked. To poison attacks. Damage in night. Plus 9 dexterity, that's a lot. Poison attacks, eh. I mean, they're not that good. Like, it's not wow kind of good. I could reroll. Yeah, let's use favor for this. Damage in darkness. Oh. Lesser offering cost sounds good. This one is also really good. But I have to offer blood. Oh god. I mean, I can offer blood for this. Increase weaken effect duration by 3 seconds. That's like huge. Since I'm now like kind of playing with weakened state with my bonk and stuff. Oh, I have this. So that's like 5 seconds more if I replace any of this. Yeah, let's just replace this one. Offer blood. Oh. Damn, that's a lot. That's a lot of corruption. Okay, all good, all good. Look at this. Ow, 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 ow. Dude, insane damage. Let's upgrade. Alright, what do we get? Just no hallucination, please. Reflect the temple. This is even worse. Can switch appearance anytime and turn into mirror mode. This is the one that I got salty to, because I lose control over my character when they try to change the temple, when they're trying to mirror the temple. Man, this is the worst one by far. The second worst one is the hallucination. Nice. Look at that! I was charging! Oh shit. Okay, not too bad, not too bad. Grid queue time limit. 2 constitution over this? This one is like big tank. But I can get 2 constitution for this. 50% of max health. Oh, if I have too much max health, this one is not gonna help a lot, no. You know what? I'll change this for the 2 constitution. Upgrading Bong costs quite a lot. Yeah, why not? I can upgrade my Bong. I can reduce corruption? Yeah, reduce 10 corruption even. What a bargain. Healing, I can pretty much just ignore that. I mean, I could heal in terms of getting some corruption, but do I want that? I can heal once, I think. Or 20 corruption? For 10 corruption. 10 corruption. Nah, alright. Okay, 20 corruption for full health, I'll take it. It's not absolute terrible, but it's not the best. All good, no? Nice. Nice. Oh, this looks like a strong one. Ooh, get bonked. Oh. Yeah, also more damage in darkness helps. You see that I'm not even trying to I'm not even trying to light the braziers anymore. Oh boy. I don't even know where I'm trying to go. This is going back, right? Nice. Heal 6% with a gold offering amount. It's a source of healing. It's a source of healing. I will change this one. It's one more constitution point as well. And I don't think I need too much of great kill time limit. It's okay. Oh.
Woo ooh 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 oh 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 ooh 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 ooh. Me returned and sees the wolf game has been replaced. Die to boredom. Probably you just actually wanted the variety today.
Replace die to boredom. I think I changed because I feel like Okami is a little bit... I mean, not saying the game is bad at anyway, right? No, that's not the case. It's just that Okami is a little bit too slow-paced. And I feel like, yeah, I need some fast-paced game to make me feel less sleepy. So that's why I decided to play this. Get corrupted. Get corrupted! Offer blood! Also, welcome back, Pinky. So yeah, Wolf game has been changed into this... die to... Why is it called die to boredom though? Let's get Relic. Probably gonna offer blood one more time here. Bloodlust? Oh no, why is it all the bad ones that I got? Death and killing. Do becomes die. Oh, due to boredom. Oh, it's not really boredom, honestly. It's just slow paced. It's just slow paced. It's not boredom. So that's why I decided to do some fast paced games. Gonna go downstairs. Alright, careful. Bonk. Get bonked. Mega bonk. 6 perception. Not even that good. Let's offer the gods. There, even though I have full health, it's okay. Oh my god. A tank? Nah, I'll offer and get 2 dex. 2 dexterity, that's pretty good. Oh wait, I went the wrong way. Oh. There was some additional stuff to carry. We didn't quite participate. Didn't want to be rude. It's okay, Pinky. If I understood that statement correctly, I think. I mean, you weren't rude to me like at all. No worries. Will you pass through a door? None of this is good, honestly. Nah, I'm not buying any of these. Enemy sleepy or other crags killing it today? Whoa. Multiple pets? Wow. Alright, here comes the champion. This run is pretty quick. Oh, that's a lot of pets. Oh my god. Yay! Oh my god. Whoa. Whoa. Okay, 1, 2, 3, king. Too late. Got him! Bonk to stonk. That was much shorter pet than me expected. I don't think they stack, honestly, so sorry about that. Okay, can I keep continue? But we good. That's all the second floor done, I think. Yeah. Only 27 minutes. Only 27 minutes because of the bonk. The bonk's too stonk. Three new explosion available. $110. Non-optional champion and bosses drop 5 pieces of gear instead of 2 upon defeat. I kinda want this one. I need to save up for 250. Just for this one. Or maybe this one? Gain 2 perception each time you make a gold offering. Maybe not. I'll save up for this one. Pirate bombs? Maybe not bombs, I think. The quest for omniscience. Roam the entire temple of the serpent, challenge the dark avatar of the serpent on top of his 2 champions. Whoa. Alright, let's do it. There's gonna be a long one. Oh, possibly 2 attributes? Yeah, let's do it. I think early attributes is like really strong. Or 3 attributes from here, but no gold. I could make corruption. Okay, you know what? Yeah, I'm doing corruption. 3 attributes. So relic, attribute, unknown attribute, gold. Gonna get all that attribute, baby. Corruption run. I just don't like the mirror and also the hallucination. The rest is fine, honestly. Mirror because I lose control over my character. Like I said, I've been complaining about this for a long time, so yeah, I'm pretty sure you guys know what I hate at this point. What? Oh, wow! E3? Get burned? No money? Oh yeah. Upper left, upper left. I'll go up. Oh. Oh, bonk is so good. Oh. Oh, I cannot see it. I'll keep going up. Oh, new bonk. Yes, 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 yes. Bonk. I didn't do it in time. Plus 30% damage in darkness. Hell yeah. Oh my god. Each Greek kill restores 1% max health. 30% damage in darkness. Ooh. I can heal. With this I can get source of heal. Yeah. First corruption on the first floor. Or the second floor, I think. Already a first corruption. Oh my god, it's the first floor. I'm gonna cry. Okay, this is kind of terrible. Corrupted. This is the true corruption run. Gold puncture. The God of Death takes what he wants without agreement or principles. Each door imposes a payment of 300 gold. Each gold not paid is converted into damage. If all gold is paid, 10% of maximum health is restored. What? This is the worst shit possible. Converted into damage. So 300 damage each. 300 damage each door. It's not even that good. I don't do... You got paid healing perk. I have Greek heal. I guess I can take the damage as long as I'm fine. But when I need heal, at least I have a choice to heal or not heal. Okay lah. Now that I think about it, maybe it's not too bad. Bonk, 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 bonk. Ooh. Bonk. Ooh. Nice. Hunting axes. I can take this. The paid healing perk. That's one way to put it. And putting it that way doesn't make it seem bad. It doesn't make it seem bad now. Bonk. Bonk. The book. Bonk. Oh, hey.
Is it a forge? Is it Superwoman? No, it is a kobold who is bonking her enemies with a hammer.
Yeah. They're gonna get bonked real hard. And bonk's definitely my main weapon in this game. Feels too good to not... feels good to bonk. Oh, nice. +3 constitution. To Amok's pendant. Yep. 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 Oh boy. Why are you bonking me? I'm the one that's supposed to be bonking. Alright, let's get more attributes. I don't need to heal, so I'm not gonna pay for it. Am I being forced to pay? I'm being forced to pay. I don't have a choice in this matter. I thought I have a choice to pay or not pay. Bong. I didn't do it in time. 2. Nice. Nice. You have a chance of not having enough gold. Kind of a choice. Is it though? Is it? I mean, in a very strict way, maybe a little bit. Oh, buck. Oh. But why? Offer blood. Only 40 corruption. It's fine. It's fine. Bonking fun, as you said. Okay. True. Bonking is very fun. You know what? Honestly, I'm glad you're having fun. That's good. Unknown. Going in unknown. Go Butson. God damn it, Butspot. It was supposed to be wholesome. Boom. Bing. Bong. Another one. Oi. All good. Boom. I'll take it. Too early. Storm Lash, lightning attacks. Ooh, you know what? I'd rather get Constitution this one. Since I will not be using any other weapons, honestly. Just give me one Constitution. It's still wholesome, just with increased butt. Butt is pretty wholesome. Eek, oh my god, I didn't see that. Nice. But it's pretty wholesome. That's a nice quote. Quoted by me. Oh no. Oh no. Alright, all for blood. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Man, already corrupted like crazy. More attributes? Hell yeah. Oh wait, this one is unknown and I got attribute as well? Wow. Full bounty? Do I get more money? Opening gold chest now inflicts corruption. Gold chest contains more gold. I'll take it. This is a corruption run. I'll take it. More money? Hell fucking yes. Me likey money. Give Kobo money. I'll go here. Bonk. Bing. Bang. Ooh. Nice. The bonkin seems strong. Too strong, it feels like. Nice. Oh. Oh. Ow. Stick of dynamite. I'll offer to the gods. Minus for corruption? Yeah. Damage taken with champion and bosses? Oh my god, yes. Well then. 10 corruption each chest? Oh boy. Dagger. Nah. Offer to the gods. Get that money. Get that sweet, sweet moolah. Shiny. Shiny, shiny. I want shiny, shiny. Oh, yes. I can buy it. Churchified max health. Yeah. I should get gold. Yeah, now I have not enough money, so I took damage. I'd rather take damage, honestly. I can heal with Greek Heal. Bonk. Bonk.
are bonking them as if you were wielding the tail of a semi-aquatic, egg-laying mammal of action. Doobie doobie doo ba. Doobie doobie doo ba.
Doopy doopy dooba. Semi-aquatic egg-laying mammal of action. Egg-laying mammal of action? Who is that? Who is that? Oi. Bonk. Too early. There we go. Doopy doopy doopa. Is it Vaporeon? I'll parry the platypus. Why did my brain went to Vaporeon? Wait, it's platypus. Platypus is an egg-laying mammal? Oh, that's interesting. It's so rare to see mammals laying eggs. Is it rare to see mammals laying eggs? It is very rare? Ooh, so my science is not wrong then. Guess my science is still have the tiny bit of knowledge. I'll go here. Lots of money. Bonk! Bonk! No. No. Eh? Nice, 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 nice. Oh boy. Oh boy. Weighted blades. Projectile damage increased based on the distance traveled before impact up to 50%. Minus 4 corruption if I would need to lower my corruptions as much as possible. Since I'm only be using Bonkin, it's fine. Alright, the corruption on the first boss. Only platypus and some echidna lay access mammal. Ooh. All regular healing effects are disabled, except for those coming from blood. So now I cannot heal from Greek Heal. I hate this. This one renders me not able to get gold. Alright, you piece. I'm here to bonk. Oh shit. Bonk. Oh my god. Oh my god. I went into it. Woo! Let's go. You know the whip looks stronger? It is. But like, I'd rather get the passive thing. Let's change our bloodlust. Or like remove bloodlust. I don't want it. Regain 12% max health when you pass through a door. I don't know. That means I have to pay gold every time? I'm just gonna offer and get dexterity. It's 3 points of dex, I'll take it. I already have like paid option of healing. +1 level 2. Two-handed weapon? Oh, that's huge. Oh my god. Lightning attacks. My hammer is lightning. Let's change out this one. Level 2 hammer. Free. I should get more gold. Oh, that's a new one. Challenge? Oh! Okay, so I can go... Gold weapon challenge. Right, I'll skip on an attribute. Gold weapon challenge upgrade unknown attribute. I'll go the attribute before the champion. Now I need more gold than ever. The Crystal Cave. How rude, trying to smack me. Here. Bonk. Bonk. Whoa. Oh, nice. Oh, nice. So the final smash will always cause down lightning. Oh. Ui. Gibby. Wow, Fang. You didn't get me this time. Hehe. I'll go here. Boom. Boom. Oh boy. I'll take it. Venomous Fang. 1 base damage per point of constitution. Let's offer to the gods and get that. Get that dexterity. This one? Weighted blades. I'll get gold. Exclamation mark cobalt. What would that do? What would the command do if I were to make that? I'm corrupted. Book. Restore health. I'll take it. Hammer is good AoE. Hammer is really good AoE. You're the streamer? True. I'll have to think about it. Exclamation mark Kobo has to do something. Oh boy, oh boy. Sincere offering. When the cut is deep and blood flows in abundance, the mind is liberated and the body endures. Blood offerings do not cause corruption, they cause health instead? That's super good? That is so fucking good? Oh my god. Hey, yo, I can buy everything possible. Oh shit. Oh, I win. Everyone doing okay? I'm doing pretty fine, except for being a little bit sleepy. That's why I changed from Okami to this game, because Okami is a little bit slow paced. You might have noticed, right? That I changed from Okami to this. Oh. Hey. Oh fuck. No stamina. Oh. To all healing effects? Nah, I already have so much heal. It's all good. I'll get the goat instead. Me's okay, but I need sleep because me can barely stand. I could still stand. Like I'm still doing this. I'm okay. It's just an extra sleep wouldn't hurt. You know what I mean? 400. Only 400? Two-handed whip. 10% of damage dealt also heals you. 30% base damage per other cursed weapon or cursed relic. Plus 50% damage taken. That's a bit scary. Main weapon, claw, secondary, whispering ages. Let's use favor and reroll this one. This one is a little bit too spicy. Albeit, yes, it do more damage, but I don't think I want to use this. Oh wait, 10% damage also heals you. It's not bad. I can heal damage dealt. Wait, I can heal on bosses? I'm buying this one. I'm taking... Oop. Get the blood. No corruption, baby. I can keep healing. OP. Never felt so strong. Because I can heal here. So I should get all the relics possible. I should get all the relics. And also, just get attributes. Okay, attributes, upgrade. The attribute upgrade. Unknown attribute, maybe? Because attributes helps with the long run. Relics I have to replace. Nah, attribute, well, attribute upgrade. Become relic master. I wish I can, but I can only take like 6 relics. Which is a lot by all means. But when I need to run this long, 6 doesn't seem too much. Alright, trying to test out my new weapon. Bonk! Damage! I can keep healing if I just keep attacking. Although yes, plus 50%, yeah, plus 50% damage taken. I don't think that's too bad if I can just constantly heal, so long as I don't get decimated by too many hits at once. I'll go here. Nope. Oh my god. I thought that one's not gonna reach. Would be hard. It is hard. Like, it's a payoff of being able to constantly heal. So which I think, like, being able to constantly heal feels kind of strong. Especially in boss fights, because like, you could still heal back the amount. Albeit it heals like a little bit. But long matches is not gonna hurt a lot at this point. Like long fights is I'm not gonna suffer too much from long fights. I don't have stamina. Bomb? Nah, give me money. I can still use money for this for now. Since I need to heal. Yeah, let's use money. Got hit a little bit too much. Get upgrade. I'm pretty sure upgrade I'm gonna use my health for this. That corruption is like a blessing. That corruption is like a blessing. I mean, it's a blessing because I get to heal like pretty much constantly. Nice. No. I don't have stamina. Should have parried. Oh, they're healing. Damage taken in gold. Now I can just replace this. This one gives 3 constitution as well. Yeah, I can get more money at the same time. Although this one I don't benefit from it anymore. Right? This one is 3 constitution. Yeah, let's change this one first. Glad I checked. Nah. Alright, what do we have? 450 blood? That healing is very huge. I know, right? That 300 gold heal for 10%. Yeah, that one is pretty good as well. At least I found a use for it. Gets it so often, still above 2100. Yeah. Stonk weapon, stonk. Gonna upgrade more stonk. Let's get unknown. The heal, look at that. I'm corrupted again though. Malicious Flora. If you think the Walking Dead are frightful, wait until the tree comes collecting their pound of flesh. Living heroes have increased attack speed and accuracy. What the fuck? Oh my god, I hate it here. Alright, gonna keep the corruption down now. I have 4 corruptions. And one more for the final curse, and they say that one is like the worst. Best to avoid that, huh? It's getting spicy. It's definitely getting spicy. Monk. Yeah. Like I heal from attacks and I heal from greed kill as well, which is why like my health can stay that high up. That's what they say here. Yee, yee, yeah. Oh. Nice. Let's get dexterity. Killing a burning enemy? I don't need that. I cannot deal burning. I can heal? Hell yeah. Ooh. Didn't count it. Bong. I'm getting quite a lot of the crystal skull as well. Very close to getting 250, and I'm glad. Alright, can I afford this? 2400? Actually, how about this? I'll keep the gold. I'll keep using the blood for this. I'll keep sacrificing my health for this because I'm kind of hoping for there's one relic that increases my damage by a percentage per 1000 gold. I'm hoping for that one. Let's just offer blood for this one. It's only 200, no big deal. I can heal it back with 300 gold. I was like, I was shitting on the first corruption, and then now it's helping me so much. I should have gone for relic. I just love attribute too much. It's fine, it's fine. Mega bonk. Thanks, tree. Three kills. My enemy is killed by the environment. 3 dexterity. I could change out this one, so that I can get that 3 dexterity and some accidental heals sometimes. Yeah, let's take this one. I just saw that. Bonk! Oh, oh. Bonk! Blazing Blade. I want to get money. Oh. Oh shit. Actually forgot about that. Big bonk. Mega bonk. Oh, ah, bad. We've done that. $3,000? Ooh. Quite pricey. That's all for blood. It's okay. All for blood is too good. Since I have a little source of healing, that's why it's too good. Next one. Alright, here comes the bush. The bush. Oh. Do you ever stop? Okay. Cool. Alright, it's gonna go apeshit. More? Fuck. Oh, it's gonna go apeshit again. Too early. Oh. I feel I have too much corruption. This one is like okay. Let's get rid of this one. I cannot afford to get too much corruption at this point. Anything that can let me get corruption, avoid, right? I cannot believe I'm doing this, but I have to get rid of this. Ayo COTG, yeah. Because I'm feeling too sleepy. That's why I decided to play this game for a little bit. Mr. D, wow. You missed the D. Offer to the gods. Chimeric Shimmer? Mastering intro inflicts 50% less corruption. Oh my god, yes, please. I'll change this one. I really need to lower my corruption cost. Like, getting corruption as less as possible at this point. Hope you slept well, Narixu. Oh, that's a new one. Is that... Oh, that's a vault. What's a vault? Money? A lot of money? Let's get attributes. This one is pretty good so far. Except for a bit of a spicy corruption. I can heal quite a bit, so it's all good. And I have a strong weapon that can heal me every time I hit. Every time I hit things. Alright, we're entering unknown territory. It's getting spicy. Okay. Ooh, spur. Nah, I'll get Constitution. Increase max stamina by 1? Oh, that's huge though. Damage taken with champion and bosses. This one seems like it's gonna help a lot, but... Oi. I'll get 5 constitution. 5 constitution. I'm taking it. Nice. Still like the parry a lot. Dagger. Offhand combo deals critical damage. Or stamina is depleted. Now I'll just get Constitution since I will not be using any of these weapons. That's fine. Stretch that bone. Oh yeah. I will. After this one. After this this room. Big guy or small guy? Bong. 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 Uh-oh. Oh, 6 stamina. Oh my god, 6 stamina. Woo. It's such a game changer. There's a spear in this game that does shit damage, but ridiculous damage when you parry. Ooh, I should try that one out. I mean, spear doesn't expand the parry frame, right? I should moisturize as well. I should make that a package. Nope. Fair. Alright. I should stand up. Oh. Yeah. Oh, all good. All good. Very, very nice. Feels like a good run, this one. But I'm pretty sure I already I jinxed it. It's fine, I got this. I got this. 4,500. I don't think I'm getting that. I don't think I'm getting that. I'm getting that relic. I'm using gold for this. Need to slowly heal back my health. Get more gold. Man, the corruption is actually working with my favor. Summer stats, yeah. I'm trying to win with raw stats. Bonk. I didn't. Throwing weapons, offers to the gods, get gold. Yeah. 哎，咁咪奶，嚇死人了！ Against weakened enemies? Nah, I'll get Constitution. I don't think they are weakened from my bonk. Unless I parry them. Oh, there's a door. I don't want it. Up there is so much gold, though. Can I get the gold? I'm gonna go this way. Ooh, so much gold. Okay, that's much easier to deal with. Hey. Let's go here. I like passive stats. Bonk, 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 bonk. No. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Nope, nope. Hey. Nice, 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 nice. I'm slowly healing back my health. I'm so glad I removed the corruption the corruption gain for each chest open one. I'm opening so many chests right now. Minus corruption? Yes, please. Oh, that's gonna help so much. I really don't want to get that fifth corruption. Like, the current 3 corruption I have, more like blessing. The current 3 blessings I have is so good. Oh, bing. Nice. When you pass through a door, nah, reduce corruption. All good, all good. I already have enough healing. Boom. Thanks, tree. Oh, yeah, get him, tree, get him. Oh, tree OP. Oh, nice. %33% of all healing effects. Not that good. Oh, this I can replace? Oh yeah, I'm so gonna replace this. I'm gonna assume that works along with my lifesteal hammer or sword, because this one heals 10%. And then add a little bit more? Hell yeah. Oh, it's weaker? Oh, it's actually weaker. It's actually weaker. Let's offer to the gods. Let me heal. Right, let's go. Vault. Insane heals. Uh-oh. Is this the one that I cannot get hit? Oh, this is so hard. Oh, my chance. They were both countering. Yeah. It's okay lah. I tried. Oh, can I upgrade my... I'm gonna upgrade my hammer. Gonna upgrade my sword bonk. Oh my god. Wonder how much this is gonna cost though. Boom. Bing. Bong. What the fuck? Nice. Oi. Too early. Oh my god, I hate it here. Getting poisoned like crazy. Thank you, bug. Oh my god, you counted at the last minute. I don't think I can parry that. I mean, I can. Nah, I can. I'm just bad. Oh, I'm at full health again. Easy. Ooh, minus corruption? Yes, please. Really need to, like, keep my corruption in check. $450? For 450 blood? That deal a lot more damage. 72 plus 59. Yeah, let's offer blood. Let's offer blood. Need to get as much gold as possible. Even though, yes, I have 22,000 gold, it's fine. I need more gold, never enough. Let's get relic. See if I can get something good. Oh, 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 oh. Boom, boom, boom. Get gold.
Hello.
Oh.
And welcome.
Spy20, hi. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate. Hope you're doing good. Oh boy, they're healing. I did parry in time. I'm bad. Too early. Alright. Weaken. Nah, I don't think I'm doing any weaken currently. I'll offer to the gods, get money. Gonna get as much shiny as possible. Plus 40 to all stat. What the fuck is this right? What? Is that a lot? This is the third temple. Hello, I've been going around Twitch to spread some love to the Twitch streamers and trying to make it run day a bit better by following. Aw. That's a really good. That's a really nice thing to do, honestly. Thank you. And you keep going. You got this, alright? Also, thanks again for the follow. Spread the love. Been doing this for 6 hours? Oh my god. How do you how do you even find me? Crazy. 6 hours now. Oh, Schnick! My health! 9 perception. As much as I want this, let's live for a little bit. Gonna wait for the poison to be gone, and then I heal. There. Ding. Oh. Oh. Oh yeah. Oh, that feels good. That doesn't feel good. I tried. Oh, you... Colossus Codex. Base damage for heavy weapons? Oh my god! Oh my god! I think I can change this one out already, since I already have like the heal. Yeah, does this mean I win? How about this one? 9% keep the environment. Oh, this is what I've been looking for! This is what I've been looking for. Yeah. I look for people in the browse thing in the Twitch menu. That's how I found you. Oh, wow. Wait, I appear in the browse section of the Twitch. Whoa. That's kind of good to know. I mean, both is weapon. Okay, so far not getting that 4th corruption. Should I even try to go for the 4th corruption since this weapon does help? Yeah, plus 30% base damage per other curse weapon or curse relic carried. Oh, curse weapon and curse relic though. No. I don't think it counts a corruption. Okay, time to bonk. Oh my god. Ew. Ugh. Haha. I tried. Ooh, that's a long range. Why am I poisoned? Oh, get parried. I didn't see that. Too much damage for it? Oh. Wow, he has so much health. No single source of damage you take can exceed 15% of max health. I have a lot of max health though. I followed so many people within the 6 hours. I can see. I mean, I cannot see that, but I mean, based off of what you've said, I would assume, yeah, you must have followed a lot of people for the past 6 hours. I'm trying to get gold. Yeah, let's get gold. Perception? Heal? 9 perception? Doesn't have any like passive ability though. Let's offer to the gods, it's fine. Went from 16 follows to 58 follows. Whoa. That is quite a lot, not gonna lie. I don't think I even followed that much people. Oh, this is a weapon, right? None of this is that good. I can use favor. Oh. I should buy this, right? For each cursed weapon I use, I get more damage for my bonk. I'm buying this. Now I feel like I should do more damage. Plus 109. 72 plus 109? Alright. Let's see, does it change? Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna spread more love to other people and I hope you have a good stream. Thank you, Spy20. Yeah, keep up the good work, I would say. Appreciate you stopping by again. Here comes the bass. I got this. I think I got this anyway. I mean, my weapon is so stonk. I should got this. And I got 6 stamina points. Is that a snake? Hand? That's a snake hand. I hate you. Me first. Oh my god. Me first. Let me understand the moveset first. Hey yo. Oh, they poisoned me so much. Oh, it's a bit slower than I thought. Oh, this is kind of bad. I didn't parry in time. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is bad. I hate it here. Please, holy shit, let me attack. Well. All good. Even though I played absolutely horrendously, I still won. I will take it. That was easy. This game's easy. Yeah, stats a bit overkill. I know, right? And I still almost died to the boss. That says a lot about how shitty I was. But hey, if I won, I'll take the W. I'll take the win. I'm a winner. Very, very nice. 51 minutes, so fast. 106 crystal skulls. Yeah, that's so good. That was a really good run. I mean, to be fair though, all the corruptions has been working in my favor. Those might as well be blessings. They are not corruption, they are blessings. Because one is like, I need to pay 300 gold, and if I do, every time I pass the door, I have to pay 300 gold, and then I get to heal 10% of my health. If I don't pay, I get damaged, but then I always have the gold, so it's fine, right? So I get a healing source, and then I get the what again? The blood sacrifice, right? So I'm not using corruption to buy things anymore. Instead, it's sacrificed health. So it's like, yeah, I can just buy everything. and I got a really strong weapon that I can just life steal every time I hit things. Yeah, I'm just gonna buy all the best thing possible. So yeah, that's how I got all the insane amount of stats. I mean, Bonk might as well be OP, not gonna lie. Does anyone ever play with bow in this game? Bow feels sucky. Like, sure I can do this. I don't know. Oh yeah, let me check the time. 6:55. There's an event run where you are given a corrupted bow only as a weapon. Oh my fuck. Oh, this one? The Cursed Archer. Receive Annihilation Bow of Madness. Corruption has left the temple to invade this bow. Each shot will consume you. Make good use of your flawless agility. No other weapon will help you. Is this a one try only? Or can I have multiple tries of this event? Asking for your worst nightmare. Fear permanent hallucinations and infested hosts. This is the worst thing ever. This run is just here to like... This event here is just trying to piss me off. All the things that I hate is here. One try before you have to wait for it to rotate back. Let's give it a go. Let's give it a go. Fuck yeah. Since no other weapons can help me anymore, let's get more attributes. Attribute number 1. Must get all the attributes possible. Alright, bow. I'm gonna try to just spam the bow. I'm pretty sure that's not gonna do any damage like at all. But then again, perfect shot is like too much management. Remember to check what it does? Okay. Oh my god, this is so sad. Fully charged shot explode impact in a dark blast, dealing damage to all characters around. All characters around, including me? Oh my god. Minus damage when in the light. Yeah, no lights then. It's always the cursed weapon that's like this. Damage against elites, boss, and champions. Okay. So, shoot from far away. Oh, it's me, Yoko boy. Okay, no, stop. It shoot. Each shot. Huh? You didn't. Oh, it says on the outside, I think. Each shot consumes you. They meant it literally. Okay. Well, guess I'm gonna get that final corruption, huh? If only I can survive that long, huh? Oh. Sure. Only if you keep rapid firing. True. But then again, it's still so scary. Gonna wait for them to attack, because I realized something in this game is that they will attack you so hard if they're waiting for you to attack, and then if I press the button, I'll die. That's what I realized anyway. I'd rather wait for them to do something and then punish them for it. Ow! This is nice. I gave myself yeah, I gave myself 10 corruption because I shot myself because I was too close to the burb. Cool beans, and then I get 20 extra corruption. Wait, I don't get corruption from doors? Oh, that changes everything. I I hate it here. I tried. Killing a burning enemy restores 2% max health? No. I can't even cause burn. Just reduce the corruption, please. Tell the monster they're a monster. Hi, Roland. I mean, I've been telling them that. Did I not? I thought I've been doing that. So they burn. Hey! Did they burn though? Oh my god, I gave myself... I cannot believe it. God damn it, I shot myself. This is too hard. I'm not a bow main. Minus corruption, please. I don't even have any electric attacks or lightning attacks. Gold! Because I'm an attribute. This event essentially makes you either love or hate the bows. I mean, this bow is good because of the explosion. I love it. But like normal bow, I don't think I'm gonna like it as much. Because normal bow doesn't cause explosion. %50 damage taken in gold. Yes. I need gold. Fuck. Nice who? I feel like bow essentially just means that you have to play it slow. You cannot rush. I'll take it. That's 3 constitution. And I love how the characters like, nothing happens. Also gonna stay in the darkness for damage. Doing surprisingly well. Ugh. No need to swipe torch, just roll, okay. Money. Weaken? Do I even inflict weaken? I don't think I inflict weaken at all, other than if I parry them. Gold. Gold. Gonna buy the best thing ever. Gonna get all the good stats. What does challenge do? Let's get gold. Okay, no corruption so far. Gonna get my first corruption soon. Nice, 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 nice. Damage in light? No. My weapon needs me to be in the dark. Also, this game is too difficult to stay in the light. Ow, fuck. Again? Okay, Constitution. No, this one's good. Blood offering cost minus 20%. Nah, I don't think I need this. I'd rather let you lower my corruption. Yeah. Alright, challenge. Don't know what that does, but I'm doing it anyway. Oh my... Why? Why? Oh, I hate... Why do I keep getting this one? Reflected tempo my ass is like losing control over my character more like. Thanks. We're rich. Alright, champion. Gosh, I have to charge shot champions as well? Oh. Like, man. Ow, 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 ow. Thanks, game. Hey, nice, alright, not too bad. Yeah, no more reflected temple, thank god, man. More healing effects, yes. Poison attacks, I don't have poison? Let's get dexterity. Wait, I don't need stamina for this? Oh, wow. So I can just do this all at one. Attribute. Need to buy more attribute. How many? Is this gonna be 2 floors? Thanks. Oh, too close. No, 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 no. I tried. Ooh, this is kinda spicy. I don't have heals. No heals. 0 heals. Oh, they might have gold up there. It's okay. I have 8,000 gold. For now, it should be good. For now lah. Ooh. Okay, nice, nice, nice. almost at 40. Is that perception? No, right? 40 snake points. I'll call them snake points, bird points, and jaguar points. How about that? I think that's easier for me to remember. Oh, oh, this is good. Wait, bad. I don't have heals. Unless I have healed, then that's good. But I don't have. Oh, it's not as good as I thought. Eh. Nice who. Triple parry feels good, man. Fuck. Thanks, StreamerBot. I forgot about that existing. I hate it here. Damage taken in gold. I already have this one. I can replace for the 2 perception. Yeah. Okay, just need to keep shooting. Offer blood? No way. I already don't have heals. Just get gold. I have gold. I have gold. Because every time I get hit, I get some gold. Which is why I have so much gold as well. All good, all good. I got hit too much, is what I'm trying to say. I got hit too much. Is there a way to extinguish this flame? Nice, nice, nice. Fire attacks. I'll heal. I don't have fire attack. Uh-oh. Too close. I'm doing surprisingly well, I think. I don't know, I feel like I'm doing surprisingly well. I will take it. Nice. Let's go up. Oh, I didn't do it in time. Can I get some form of healing? Burning enemy. I cannot do burning. I don't have any burning attacks, game. Oh my god. This is getting so spicy. Taking damage when an enemy deals 9% of the taken damage to enemies around. Offering a gear object that got increased by 66%. Poison attacks. What? None of this is good. Excuse me? Okay, let's re-roll this then. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's even worse. Somehow it's even worse. Okay, fine. I'll replace this then. There. For the 7th perception. I mean, sometimes when I offer things to gods, it's like double the effect. Okay, you know what? Maybe that's pretty good. Maybe that's good. Just maybe. I'm gonna get gold relic. I'm not gonna do challenge. Because I fear challenge is gonna give me too much like too much anxiety, and then I'm just gonna perform not well. That's a new one. Auric Malediction. Gold permeates skin and bones. Lose as much gold as you take damage. Health loss is reduced by 35%. Okay. I mean, sure, since I have the sincere offering, I could make that work. Essentially means that I'm a little bit more tankier in the cost of gold. So it's not that bad, honestly. It's not that bad. Here we go. Oh, why are you not stunned? Nice. Healing effects. What heal do I have? Just replace this one. Oh, this one has Constitution. No. Oh. Oh. It's the Neko Panda. Oh my god. Get raided? I've been raided. Hi. Penrose Vanity. Hi. How you doing? Hi, Neko Panda. Welcome in. Oh my god. I was actually getting kind of hungry. Thanks for the raid. What were you doing? I've been butt raid. You were playing Sons of the Forest? Oh my god. I don't think my PC can handle that. How is Sons of the Forest? It's a game that it's essentially The Forest 2, isn't it? Hello. My name's Droxen. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games and I do art occasionally. But yeah, that's pretty much what I do. Variety streamer, right? Welcome in. Hope you are doing good. PC barely can handle it. Well, my PC is quite shitty, so I don't think I can handle that. I mean, of course, if I stream that one, my PC would just scream and say, no, help, right? Probably. But I hope the game was good to you. I'm gonna replace this one. Minus 24 corruption. Oh, minus 24 corruption is pretty good. but at the same time, I need as much heal as possible. And constitution. I'm taking this one. So I'm playing Curse of the Dead Gods. It's something like Hades, but a little bit different. Yeah, it's pretty similar to Hades, not gonna lie. And so far it's been pretty fun. Started playing it yesterday and now I was supposed to play Okami, but it's like because I'm getting a little bit sleepy. Getting a little bit sleepy today, so that's why I decided to do 5 dashes. Yeah, like attacks use stamina as well. And then rolling stamina. And then if I stay in the darkness, I can keep dashing with bow. This one is like a very unique condition because I'm playing an event run. Event run? Is there enemy? Oh, there's enemy. So this one is different because it has corruption. At the bottom right of the screen, you see like a purple bar. So each time the corruption reaches 100, I will get a new corruption curse, right? But the curse usually is like both good and bad. It depends on how you want to see it and use it. So far, I think I'm getting one actually really good curse. Restore 16%. Oh, yes, heal. Oh my god. Oh. So this is a unique run where I only get a bow. Oh, too close. I can only use a bow. Usually there's like a lot of other weapons that I use. And the most used weapon that I usually go for is the bonk. But this time I don't have it. Minus 16 corruption? Yes. Oh boy. Hey! Thanks. Oh yeah, also there's parrying in this game. You can parry pretty much everything. Even this. Like, if you're ready for it, you can pretty much parry everything. Let's go Relic. Oh boy. Too close! Oh my god, I gave myself 10 corruption. I hate it. Also, the unique rule of this run is that each shot will cost 1 corruption. So like, I shoot once, I get 1 corruption. And then every 100 corruption, I get 1 curse. So something like that. That's why I need to do all charge shots so that I don't get too much corruption. Too close. Help. Oh, I wasted it. Too early. Where am I going? Oh. Oh mama. Oh my god. All good, all good. I don't like the baby. Weaken state, get money. I'm not even causing any weakened state. Get gold. Heal 6% of the gold offering amount. Oh, oh my god, finally. A healing source. Let's change this one. Burning enemies restore 3% max health. Increase max stamina. Oh! Wait, I changed the wrong one. It's okay. All healing effects. I'm gonna change out this one. Since the one that I have is already like 7 perception. Might as well. Might as well. I'll get relic. So usually this game usually you will get 20 corruption for each door. Each door you progress, you get 20 corruption. But not for this one. Look to the moon and see the sun's light in its reflection. Look to the sun if you want to go blind. Your torch loses its fire and lighting properties. It shines with a dark light still, revealing hidden traps. You no longer take extra damage when standing in darkness. Oh! That helps so much? Oh my god! Dude, the game is helping me so much right now. Yeah, because minus 30% damage while in the light. I no longer will stand in the light at most times. Oh! Well, I say at most times. But right now, it's fine. Oh my god, it's a baby. Yeah, you fucking baby. No baby allowed. Good morning, Roxas. Good morning. I'm hungry. I want food, Roxas. I want food. Too close? No? Alright. Ice cream for dinner? Sacrilege. Ice cream? What the fuck? What are you doing? Why? Exceed 15% max health. Not that good. I'll heal. Oh! Full health, baby! Are you trying to lose weight? What? Roxanne, I swear to god, you're like already so slim. Like you are slim. You cannot tell me otherwise. I'm 101. I'm almost double you. God damn it. I'm gonna cry. fucking 58, and you're like, I need to diet. I'm fucking 101. You're fat. No fucking way you're fat. Holy shit. I'll punch you. Oh, I cannot light braziers anymore. I want to be at least back to 53. I mean, okay, I guess, but eating ice cream for only dinner, that is so... I don't think that's a way to go, honestly. Nutritional value alone is like... you know. Oh! Oh, baby! Oh my god, run. I gave myself 10 corruption again. Dude, I already have like 3 corruptions. This is not good. Poison attacks? No, get gold. Ice cream is from customer? Oh. Nobody just don't eat? That's even worse, isn't it? This is gonna cause some sort of a liver problem, or like we. I don't know where the we is, but each Greek kill removes 2 corruption. I win. Thank you, I win the game. Each Greek kill. Oh. Removes 2 corruptions even. But then again, there's no Greek kill here because he's a champion. I mean, for me, I guess you should still eat. That's so fast. Okay. Hey. Nice. I'm more tankier now because of the curse. It's such a blessing. Get VR, we go work out together. I'd rather get Switch. Ah, they're all so good. Why are they all good? This is so weird. Why are they so good? All 3 of them helps me. Oh my god, I looked and thought this is Curse of the Dead Rat. Dead Rat? You mean Mad Rat Dead? Mad Dead Rat? Oh, is it the other game? Why? Switch has the ring fit thing. It has dragons in it. I think, whoa, wait, the game is out? Oh, it's a new game. Shit, I didn't know. The game's not out? Oh, okay, so it's not Mad Dead Rat, right? You don't take extra damage when it's standing in darkness. This is too good. This one helps. I become tankier. Oh, fine. I'll change this one then. I'll remove this one. Bug. Oh, Sincere Offering is so good though. Like all three of them is so good. No. Against weakened enemies? I don't even cause weaken. Because of the sea rats? Oh, that's one I never seen before. Or even heard. You place a mouse? Sounds about right. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm bad. I'm bad. Oh. Oh. Gosh, I need to go quick. I am so hungry. Like speedrun. Oh mama, ow. Didn't roll in time. Oh baby. Oh, removing corruption. Good, 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 good. Not that good. I don't need that. Alright, next room. Relic. I think I'm gonna get as much things as possible at this point. I do have enough gold. I cannot believe I'm saying this, but yeah, it sure feels like I have enough gold. Ow. Thanks. Damage taken in gold. Oh, minus corruption. Yeah. Oh my god, that was close. Weaken enemies? No. I don't have things that can cause things to go weaken. Oh my god, I'm gonna get another corruption. I don't know if I can get the corruption that I got before. Definitely not. I don't think so anyway. Gold offering removes 10 corruption. Oh yeah. I could change one of these. Yeah. Ancient gold offering removes 15 corruption. This thing? 10 perception. 10 perception. Restore 2%. For bombs, I don't have bombs. Gold offerings. No constitution? Each Greek kill removes 2 corruption? I'm gonna change this. Since I don't think I'm gonna get as much Greek kill anymore, question mark? I'm changing this. So gold offering can really get that corruption down. Even though a little bit too late, I would say, right? Since I already got the 3rd curse. I can only hope that it's good. Divine Pact, that's a new one. The belt's Talok favors those who shed their dependency for the frivolous. One of your relic slot is unlocked and may no longer be equipped. You gain 3 divine faith. That sucks ass. That sucks so much balls. Oh my god. Oh, fuck you. No, that's so bad. I'm gonna cry. Oh fuck. Oh, that's so shit. I don't care about divine favor. Oh, god damn it. All healing effects. All healing effects or 2 dexterity. I need 7 perception. Woo! If I don't have any healing source, this one is just redundant. Fine, I'll change away this one. Are you guys hearing a lot of whispering noises? It's from the game. Hey! Speaking of great kills, great kills. Immediately did 5 great kills. It's okay, you know what? It's fine. Don't worry about it. Everything is good. Everything's fine. Wee. for heavy weapons. Oh, damage. Finally, damage. Let's change this one. I need some damage. I really need some damage. The bow is considered as a heavy weapon. Yeah. Oh, baby. Nice. Eee. Oh, I have so much gold. Yep, I'm taking this one. 10% damage, 25% treasure find. Good. I have 63 treasure find. What is that? 215% treasure find. Okay. Unknown rating unknown. Unknown rating unknown. Oh no, okay. It's a challenge. Oh! Oh my god, I can't see shit. Oh baby. Not the baby. Oh my god, the baby. Can you guys please stop healing? Thank you very much. Okay. Damage go. Nope, I'll heal. Thank you very much. Oh, hi Dan. Welcome in. Hope you're doing good. Moisturize and stretch that bone. Yeah. Let me moisturize real quick. Mmm. All good. Thanks, Dan. How you doing? I'm trying to like speed run this one because I'm getting a little bit, actually scratch that, hungry, right? I'm getting quite hungry. But then it's like I'm already like at the last few stages, so I have to go through this. This is taking way longer than I thought. Oh, it did. 9 constitution. I'll heal. Even though I have full health. What is that? Good night? Is that GN? Good night? I assume GN is good night. Umbra boy? Wow, that's kinda cute. Nice Umbri on your gut there. Alright, good night then. Appreciate you stopping by. Oh my god. Might be a little bit too close, I cannot do it. Eee! Three Constitution, Dexterity, and Perception. Oh. But stats only? Stats only is not that good, question mark? It's like okay-ish. I feel like this one is not even helping that much. I don't think bow counts as heavy weapon. Yeah, bow is not. I'll take this then. Since the stat by itself only 4 perception, not that good. Heavy weapons, anything in the slots of bow counts. Well, everything's fine, don't worry about it. Nothing happened. You didn't see anything. That didn't happen. Don't worry about it. So butt counts. Oh, double bridge. Oh god, I'm stupid. I'm corrupted because I'm stupid. Oh, I do good. Okay, all good, all good. Make gold offering. Poison attacks, don't have any. I'm gonna need this. 7 dexterity, and then this one is like Greek Q time limit. I don't need that. I don't need gold offering remove corruptions anymore since I'm so close to finishing the whole run already. Let's replace this one for damage. Whee! Yeah. The last unknown before the champion. Oh boy, oh boy. Shadow word. The shadows can play tricks upon the eye. Best they be named, so the enemy cannot lie. Regular enemies are concealed while in the shadows. What? Concealed enemies are revealed by light and when attacking? You deal 3% more damage in darkness. So they are gonna be concealed forever. I don't have light. My lights are shadow. Oh boy. Oh no. This is getting stupid. Okay. Oh no. Oh my god. Oh shite. Oh my god. Oh my god. I cannot see. Oh. Can you not? I am doing a lot more damage at least. That was my reaction just now. Oh, fuck. Oh my god. Shoot the baby. Oh my god. I cannot shoot it like this. I fucking hate the baby. Why are you getting this close to me? You're a mage. Oh my god. This is all going to shit. Oh boy. Oh, fuck. Oh my god. Baby, I swear to fucking god. Fucking Bebe is the worst thing ever. Heal. Like, Bebe is a mage. And then the Bebe is trying to get close to me. It's like, what the fuck, man? How rude. Oh, light? Oh my god. I don't know if I'm happy or sad when I see light. Mixed feelings. Time to run. I really hate it here right now. Oh. Thanks. Against weakened enemies, I'd rather heal. Ooh, what is this? Face of spilled look. Consume to restore 50% of max health when taking a fatal blow. Oh, so it's a revive. If it's a revive, then sure. Yeah, revive is not bad. I'll take this. At least no final curse. Take poison. I don't have poison to take. This run by itself is already a poison. Am I gonna fight in the light? I swear to God. Oh my God, I have to find the light. Where's the light? I cannot destroy the light. I hate it here. Alright. Oh, okay, okay. Swear to God. Oh, didn't parry in time. Ow, I don't care. I already got maximum corruption anyway. Cool, thanks. Cool beans. I didn't parry in time. Hey. No, I cannot shoot. Too early. That's the wrong way. Too early. You a bitch! Oh my God. Oh, there's darkness here? I want it. Oh, did you just counter? Oh my God, I cannot believe I actually did this stupid run. Okay. easy? I mean, kinda, I guess. Zero death. I mean, one death caused everything, I guess, in this game. But yeah, zero death. Actually, zero death. All the curses are good, and then the last curse fucked me over. Fuck. The Cursed Archer. I did it. 50 minutes? Oh. Clairvoyance, nice. The fucking shit, man. I hate bone. Time for full mage. End of the Cursed Archer event. 21 room complete. New event available in 1 day. Huh. And no cube Coco. Wow. Coco? Oh wait, no. Coco is abang. Abang is like... You're not Malaysian, are you? Because Coco means something else. But hi, how are you doing, American? Hi, Nanook. Oh my god, I'm so hungry. Holy shit, that took way longer than I thought it should take. Oh my god. How are you doing? I hope you're doing good. I am not doing too good because I'm hungry. I am quite hungry. But good thing you guys are here because I can buy the most expensive thing possible. Look at this reptilian hunger. I need to change away 8 makes health is turned to gold. Oh, I mean this one is good in some way. No wonder I have so many gold. Just now I took too much healing and I got so much gold. Whoa, that's good. But this one, I'll take the Greek heal thing. I'll change away this one then. Oh man, what a game. Game's great. Oh, all good. I'm gonna close and I'm gonna go eat dinner. I'm gonna eat dinner. Okay, looking at assets for V-Roid Studio after being inspired by one of the preset outfits. Oh yeah, the one you shared on the art share thing. That one looks really good. Me likey. You do eat. I will eat. I am hungry. I mean, it shouldn't take that long. Look, it's already 8. It's already 8 p.m. Oh, I'm supposed to end like a little bit earlier than that, I guess, but it's all good. Don't worry about it. Here, let me just embiggen myself real quick. Am I embiggen? Yes, I am. Okay, good. But fire poison mage run? Maybe next time. Is there? I don't think there's even fire poison mage, is there? Is there even mage? I don't think there's even mage. It exists in this game. Question mark. I have no idea. You have to ask Narix about that, alright? Poke Village. Let's go. Delicious music. Oh, I thought my right ear broke. But it's just my earphone. Oh my god! Oh. Well, the Kobo Break's really kicking in now, holy shit. So context, I thought my right ear is broken for a long time because I don't hear anything from the right side of my earphone. And I thought like, okay, maybe the phone's broken. Or maybe my ear's broken or some shit. I don't know how can I keep calm. But keep calm I did. I'm so glad it's not my ear though. Oh my god. The closest to a mage is to use bombs. That's your answer, Roxas. Bomb mage, let's go. I mean, I kind of want to rate Ben Ben, like Bun Bun. Is he speaking old Chinese or something else? Let me double check. I rated Ben Ben before, I remember. Is that Miot? Feels like speaking old Chinese, question mark? I can hear the music's too loud. well then. Let's rate somewhere. Let's rate somewhere else. Let's see. Yeah. I had a hard time thinking. No, that's sagde. Sagde. Ayo, yeah. Okay, now we rate Panapino. Easy choice. If my brain doesn't work, just choose the easy choice question mark. I don't know. What do you mean, yeah? Yeah. Who you want rate then, huh? You tell me. Oh, he's throwing a lizard. Oh, nice. Oh, very nice. That's a lizard. That's a nice looking lizard. Go rate Yalla, I will law. Okay, law, I will rate law. Okay, ma, I will rate the law. Okay, let me just plug everything real quick. I'm sorry, didn't mean to bonk. Rate message in Philippines. What the fuck? How am I supposed to translate that into Tagalog? Alright, I'm at Discord. I'm gonna summon Bernie real quick. Was it die? What? Oh, Barnaby is in Thailand, huh?
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. Thailand. Well, you want to just say like Kambu Cup? I don't know any Thai. Excuse? Google Translate? Oh man, Barnaby's gonna punch me. And my socials. Here, let me just. Ida. Okay, let's see. From reading the Q polymer, you want that into Thailand? You want that into Thai? Okay. Raiding the Q polar bear. 攻略可爱的北极熊完蛋了啦 ，back 车啊，这一次完蛋了。Even Chinese is broken as fuck. Okay, T die. So this is what it is.
หมุกหมีขั้วโลกน่ารัก
Book me กว่าลกน่ารัก
หมุกหมีขั้วโลกน่ารัก
Oh, Narix is compatible. Yeah, there it is. You need to you need to switch off the brain for a little bit for that to work.
หมุกหมีขั้วโลกน่ารัก
Book me กว่าลกน่ารัก I don't know, man. I'm using it. This is this is what it is. This is what it is. Add that and oh, hi Tomato, I missed it. I cannot believe I missed the Yi is you. Just use whatever email you guys have. I don't know.
หมุกหมีขั้วโลกน่ารัก
I love how the Google Translate slows down for me. Book me? Book me kwalok narak. And then we're gonna ask how does Barnaby read that, alright? Good. Separate that shit, man. Okay, that's a read message, alright. I'm gonna go get... if you post that in the chat, I mod you. I'll get banned. True. Okay. Here, let's talk a little bit about rules, alright? Let me double check the Barnaby channel rule. Because some channels have English only languages, and we need to respect that, alright? Let me just double check if Barnaby has English only rule on. Yeah, it's a raid message, true. But still, it's rule. Rules are rule. You have to respect that. Okay, let's see. Be excellent to each other. Keep chat PG-13. No swearing. No politics, please. If you have questions, just ask a mod. Don't advertise yourself or your services unless asked by someone to. No means no. That's the rules. Alright, just for this time, we'll go janky with the raid message, alright? Just for this time. No other time, alright? No other time. Only this time. Okay, only this time. Could say to kill all queers when the Malaysian can't read it. We have to assume it's bad. Oh yeah, see, that's the thing. When streamer don't understand the language, people can just go ape shit with the language, and you don't know if they're talking shit with like in other languages. So like, yeah, that's why we have to respect. Respect rules, very important. All right. Like I could use Chinese and this on every people, and then people will not know what I'm saying. Well, not all. Some knows what Chinese is, right? But you don't do that because respect. Okay. So only for this time, for funsies, we're gonna do how to read that again?
หมุกหมีขั้วโลกน่ารัก
Book me kwarok narak to Barnaby, alright? You're the one that always break the rule. You always break the rule, you fuck! I couldn't believe I made you the mod. But it's okay, I know you, it's fine. I'm the one that's supposed to shake my head. Alright, let me type the rate to Barnaby real quick. I am Barnaby. I can respect if this time you don't want to join the raid message, it's totally fine. It's only for funsies, alright? Only for this time, I would change the heckin' raid message. No other time, alright. If you don't mod the gremlins, you're doing Twitch. I have to agree, man. I have to agree. Must mod the gremlins. But then again, I don't want to be mod. I don't think I'll be good at modding. I'll be terrible at it. Okay then. I type in the rate already. I'm gonna go get dinner now. I'm getting very hungry. Okay. So before the rate, I'm gonna say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. You guys are amazing, right? Keep being amazing. So know that you guys are all loved, you guys are valid, and you guys all matter. And very valuable. Have good ice cream dinner? No way, I'm gonna eat something good. I'm gonna go 杂菜饭,古老肉饭 or something like that. 古老肉饭炒底. Oh, very, very nice. Alright. So I'll see you guys tomorrow with some Masanta stories, right? Been a while. Let's do some Masanta stories too tomorrow. Okay? So thank you all again. Right? Appreciate all of you. And here comes the rate to Barnaby. Boop. Pet. Whoa. Capital letter pet. Thank you all. You guys are amazing. Oh my goodness. Alright, then I need to remember this.
หมุกหมีขั้วโลกน่ารัก
Book me kwalok nalak. Okay. This is the right message. Only this time, no other time, okay? Roxas, no other times. I don't know how Barnaby's gonna react to this. Barnaby's gonna, what the fuck? I mean, it's a cute polar bear. Raiding the cute polar bear. What do Thailand kobold?
Kobo.
Kobold. Makes sense. In Germanic mythology, a spirit that haunts houses or lives underground in caves or mines. I guess I don't know about that.
Kobo.
Kobold. That's in Thailand, right? Kobold. Yeah. Cave is home. Cave is home. True. Alright. See you guys tomorrow. Be safe, everyone. Love y'all. Bye 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 bye. Much love. Much love.